Hello, hello? Is anyone there? It looks like I'm back on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. had to change the title over there, otherwise it won't reconnect. The things you learn. Nice. Welcome back. Hi, hey. Sorry about all that. I completely forgot there was a scheduled outage, but they're usually very quick, and that was. I guess we just had a nice little intermission, didn't we? Little have a look at my new furniture slash living setup. We're cooking? Oh, shit, yeah. All right, now where do we leave off? Is this before the dogs? Might be. My eyes need to readjust to the darkness now. There's a tiny little... That's the anomaly over there. Tiny little ruin. Yeah. There's two anomalies. That's the water. Yep. Oh, so nice. You enjoyed that, did you? Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. Just a little peek behind the fucking curtain during the technical difficulties. Which, let's face it, are very rare these days, you know? Most shit works. Look at the wall. Most shit works these days, doesn't it? I think I heard a cow. This is not where I thought I was. You're not, but not your camera auto. Most shit, but not your camera auto rotation. I lost something. Sorry. What are you saying? You boys were fighting a fucking hog or something. Private Mazeppa. Definitely saying that. I call it these dudes were cool. I definitely feel like these dudes were cool. But they looked military. And the last time I fucked with the military just took me out, right? But they absolutely felt cool. After I killed them. Guess that's just how it's gonna be in the wasteland. Some cunts are gonna cop it, you know? What is that? Oh, that's that big facility. Of course it is. That place looks fun. Hmm. When you were on your phone, the stream was sideways for most of the time. I thought you were doing a bit. Oh yeah, because I was holding it sideways and not up. Well, it's a phone, right? So it would have to be either that or that, wouldn't it? What's the difference? I don't think I've ever watched anyone do it. I don't know. Got high off mushies for the first time ever. Holy shit, fun stuff. Yeah, dude. Absolutely. Congrats. Fucking mind-opening shit, huh? When you realize just how fucking much of the reality that you perceive is based on the tools with which you use to perceive it, your eyes and your fucking ears and your brain. What's really there? The difference is it didn't auto-rotate the feed. Oh. So what, you were just getting a little bit of it or something? Or... I guess I'll have to have a look, I don't know. Auto-rotate the feed, so it was... The view window is still vertical. Okay. So either it was squishing it all or cutting it off. What is going on out here? Maybe that's the boys. Not cut off, rotated 90 to 180, and then squished. Shit, wrong one. That'll help. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. I went for it. I missed the second shot. That's what you get. Drank the vodka. Yeah. Just watch it when you're done. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know why you use a talent, man. It doesn't make any difference to me. Can't affect me. But fair enough.
Has returned. Welcome back.
Seems like they managed to recapture the spirit of the first games, ambience and environments. Cool, yeah, great. Did you hear the grenade? I did, yeah. About, I'd say it was less than a second before it went off, but doesn't matter. It was streaming in portrait, and you was showing landscape. It was disorientating to watch, unless you turn your head sideways. Yeah, okay. I don't understand how that could be. Is the expectation that if you're streaming on a mobile phone to Twitch, you don't turn the phone ever? Is that how it was designed? That doesn't seem right to me. As if you knew exactly where I was, you can't. Do it again. Shit.
Ah, yes. The
Anomaly.
smell of proper devotion. Welcome back, old friend. We've missed you.
Never played a Stalker game. Me neither, man. Very excited to see the show. Enjoy, as always. Thank you. Fuck yeah, dude. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you, fucking old mate. 314. Loving the game. Yeah, cheers, dude. Sorry, I just noticed my other shit hasn't come back yet from the disconnection. Thank you. Yeah. Let me just see if I can find those other bodies. A second ago. Where was I? Oh, it's the map. Those unloaded corpses. Probably a good thing. Not the sort of thing you want to be able to see on the map. I'm just trying to be a pussy right now. I'm trying to remember where those shots. Yeah. A little bit of help. Love it. I mean, I might as well take the Viper as well, to be honest. Dog.
Щось тут не те.
Huh? Is it me?
Ходь з піднятими руками. Граната! Граната!
Висуваюся на позицію. Прикривай!
Damned.
Граната!
Кидаю гранату! Кидаю гранату! Потрібне укриття. Прикрий.
Fucking scav cunts, man. They know where I am. Every fucking move I make. I love it. There's no bullshit stealth mechanics, you know, like, oh, I'll just fucking blend in with the shadows. It's like, once they've got a decent fucking read on you. Now, if I had the indicator, I'd be able to find these guys better. But this is actually so much more fun. For me, anyway. Because they've got lights and shit on them, you know, like you could, like torches and stuff, which gives them away.
Мене поранено. Допомога потрібна.
Rejoice, fellow expletives, for one of our executioners is returned. Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
Fucking good on you, Scroats. Thanks, mate. Get into it, bro. Let's go.
Мене поранено. Допомога потрібна.
son. Oh. Seen him hiding behind that tree. Give me that fucking AK. That'll sell for a fucking pretty penny, won't it? These guns aren't broken. That's broken. That's broken. Fuck that shit off. Oh, that one is broken. Damn. Because if they're broken, you just can't sell them. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think I can sell any of these fucking things. God fucking damn it. Repairing them's too expensive. That one's the only half decent one. I'm keeping the shotty. I do know where a good one is, though. I just gotta find it, and I keep finding death instead. I don't know how, but... Okay, I got six heals left out of God knows how many. I started with 15 or something. Fuck me. These guys aren't stellar. I love that, though. I love that. Most of them are shit. What's interesting is that they're very shit guns fuck me up pretty fucking well. That said, maybe if they had great guns... Maybe if they had great guns, I'd be dead. Right? But they tagged me a few times, and I was able to heal because their guns were shit. See, now that one is at 41%. You can be sold. Fuck yeah, motherfucker. Crosshair seems slightly off to the left, does it? I can't say I've noticed myself. Right, those are the guys that I tapped before. Nice. Alright. Ice cold. Hey, oh, that cunt out in the fucking forest, he had it coming. He had it coming, mate. Right, now where was I? Fucking sun's come up. That's nice, I can see. Little bit of rad still. Definitely looking forward to finding some more heals. I was stocking up quite nicely, but in a gunfight like that, you're bandaging, you're healing, you're bandaging, you're healing. All of a sudden, there's a fucking boar attacking you. That cunt's still pegging grenades over the hill. It's all going off. This was the hole. Now, when I fucking... dropped down here last time, things didn't go well. For a start, it hurt a lot, and I don't think there's a way around that. And then, rats. Oh, yeah, we're just fucked. Oh, all right, I want all that. Thank you. I definitely want to pop that. Thank you. And I definitely want that. If I'm not mistaken, 84%. That's the Viper. What's this one? 41? 41? 41. Is it just a 41? Same as what I had, is it? Maybe it is. No. No, it's it's right there, you fucking idiot. The 100. It's a fucking 100. I thought so. That's what we fucking looking for, mate. A fucking fully fucking 100% fucking gun. Mint condition. I could probably sell that and fix the shotty, but to be honest with you, the AK-74U is more useful to me than a fucking shotgun. This thing has range and stability and reliability. And if it's anything like the old fucking gun games I used to play, this cunt might not fucking jam. And in this game in particular, that might be the most important fucking factor. Because twice now, I've had guns jam up on me in the middle of combat. And I would really prefer if it didn't happen again. Who were you, I wonder? That fucking fixed them up right quick, didn't it? When the stream went down, I just jumped down the hole. The rats attacked. I fucking unloaded a whole clip of AK into them, started smashing them with the knives, and died. And then that's when I realized the stream had gone down. This time, a grenade seems to have taken care of the business. Stream froze for me just as you looking in the camera last time. It's definitely dark down here, isn't it? Fuck. Perfect. What does this go up to? It's the sewer network for that facility. I've been dumping bodies down here, huh? Interesting. Awesome. Well, I wish I'd found that one first. Would save me jumping down a fucking hole and breaking my legs, wouldn't it? But there you have it. Right. Okay. Like, a little nosy today. Why is that one stacking and that one not, I wonder? Maybe you can stack them, but only in stacks of 2? That one's... Is that stacking as well? Interesting. Well, that's... thought. Okay. Fair enough. Fine. Okay, I need to go find these miners. Yeah, this way, cool. I think I heard gunshots heading out in that direction. There we go. Durability? What? Let's pretend you didn't say that and move along. That'll be just fine. Because if I did ask any questions, they were rhetorical anyway, and it certainly wasn't durability. This is the location.
Well now, here's an old one. Almost as old as me.
Evil of death. 68 months? Fuck. What's going on, dude? Good to see you. So I just realized that my YouTube chat is not real. Alright, Windows. I really just can't handle you nonsense right now. Can you fuck off? Sorry, I gotta get YouTube chat back. There we go. Alright. Okay. Thanks for the sub, man. That somehow I got the feeling that this thing was nice. You know, it was running away from me. It was scared. And when I just gut fucking pegged it, it was like, well, shit, the sound that it made confirmed my suspicion. You're right, you know. Fuck the zone. I was the first here, and now I'm the only one left standing. I drank to your memory. Here comes the omission. Damn it all. My loot, My PDA thing. Wanted to introduce you to its friends. Yeah, maybe it did, but I can't take any risks with this joint. Can I? You just gotta shoot everything. You're the first in the zone. And then the emissions. I think the emissions might be weather. Weather effects. That's the vibe that I'm getting so far. Had the same decision. I made the same fucking call. But maybe I should let... Nope. Not letting nothing live. Not taking any fucking chances. Apparently. This is just the situation I'm in. What's the condition on that Toz? 50%. Is I mean, I do like a nice rifle on occasion. Not a rifle, it's a shotgun. I should know that from Tarkov. The Tozers are shotguns, absolutely. Yeah, I know that. They were piece of shit shotguns that shouldn't have been anywhere near as good as they were, and somehow just managed to fucking kill every fucking thing. I don't want that piece of shit. Keep your fucking Toz. I thought it was a rifle. A common hunting rifle, it says. Okay, maybe they were supposed to be rifles, but they ended up being shotguns. Or maybe they were sawn off Tozers or something. It was definitely more fucking shotgun than rifle. It looks like it to me too. Rifle that uses a slug, something like that? Maybe. Oh yeah. What's that? A fuse. A common fuse protecting electronic circuits from voltage fluctuations. Oh, we love all that. Ah, and you can install it here. I was wondering. Oh, nice. Fair enough. Meds taken, praying they help me sleep. Oh, you having trouble sleeping? Sorry, brother. Been a long time since I had trouble sleeping. I used to when I was younger a lot. And then, I had children. Picked me right up. Highly recommend. If you haven't already tried. Restless legs from long COVID. Nervous system's all screwed. Fuck, man. Rude. I'm sorry. That sucks. Absolutely sucks. Hopefully the meds help out. You know, the container looks like it have a nice... Yeah, that doesn't look like it was fun, does it? Maybe one of the miners we're here for? Got a 15-year-old. Okay, yeah, you need a new one. You need to freshen up. Or get him in the game. Fucking grandkids, let's go. They used to make them young back in the day. Let's bring it back. Don't worry, I'll look after it.
Твою ж...
Oh,
Stalker.
yeah, that's me. Uses a med kit, beautiful. Hi, I'm not actually that short. No, thank you, nothing? Oh. Yeah, no, fair.
Вибралися за хабаром. Сука.
Straight for the dowries indeed.
Мене лінза відправив. Сказав, ваша група перестала виходити на зв'язок.
Добре, що він не забив. Чоловіче, ти мусиш мені допомогти. Врятуй мастифа. Монолітівець всіх перехерачив, а його забрав.
Monolithian? What day is it? It's Friday, right? I reckon I can get away with drinking a juice without taking my teeth out. Bad. Fuck it. Like the progression of having trouble sleeping to the solution being let's have the 15-year-old have a kid. Yeah, because then you look after the kid. Because 15-year-old's not going to be able to look after it. And then you can't fucking sleep forever. You can't purchase enough sleep. That's exactly right. It's the mango one. Yeah. I haven't had one for ages, but it's nice. They usually make my heart a bit fucking unhappy these days, so, well, a while back anyway. Used to sleep like a rock, but as the pain and anxiety got worse, so too did my sleep. Now I have RX for anxiety, 4 different pain pills, plus my medical weed. I mean, it actually takes all of it just to sleep. Really? I gotta stop whinging about my sore shoulder, I guess. What the hell? Yeah, exactly. Every now and then, right? I've got to stay up till fucking 9 today. I got to do a live stream of a live stream for Path of Exile 2 in 3 hours. So if there was ever a day, would have slept through the night from almost day one. That's nice, man. That's nice. Lucky you.
I remember you. Back from war, are we?
Good.
Good.
SJ, thanks for 21 months, man. What's going on, dude? Good to see you. One of them's Vicodin? Alright, Dr. House, calm down. I've seen where that goes. What is a monolithian?
Монолітівець? Це ще хто?
Угрупування таке було. Моноліт. Нездолані фанатики з центра зони. Кажуть, виконавець бажань охороняли.
А?
Я думав,
And?
Розкажи
все як зазвичай. Йшли до схову. Заходимо в тунель. А там він. Сука. Не розумію. Як він це? За секунду все, що в кімнаті лежало, здійнялося в повітря та вдарило мене.
Psionic stalkers?
Ніхто й кліпнути не встиг. Бедлама зразу на повал. Мене до стінки відкинуло, тому й вижив Васька.
Alright. This feels like out of my pay grade, but...
Я допоможу. Не знаєш, куди монолітівець міг потягти мастифа?
Знаю. Він гарантовано в тому клятому будинку.
Thanks, bro. Honestly, that sounds a bit much for me. Is that a monolithian? nearly walked into the goddamn anomaly again, didn't I? Hey Irish, how are you, mate? What's going on? Yeah, just fucking... Just gaming, brother. Just fucking gaming, you know how it is. Really, White? Shit. You never know what you're gonna fucking get, do ya? I'm playing while you're playing. Your beeper keeps scaring me. It's one of those games where you're watching a stream while playing and it's fucking with you, right? I get that a bit. It's usually when you're playing the same game as what you're watching, which is often, right? Is this shit radioactive down here? I don't think it is. This looks so okay, once you get a bit deeper, it is. This looks so different at night. Crazy different at night. I feel like I'm in a different zone. Alright, so I've come out another fucking exit. The amount of times there's one entrance and one exit to these places is pretty crazy. Huh. Well, how that shit works yet. Ah, of course, idiot. I don't think it's got the range. It's gorgeous. Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. 10 milligram gummies is a bargain, mate. Picked up. Fucking grenade. Fucking invincible cunt. Right, that pistol's sick. But it's a lot closer range than I was giving it credit for. It's the first time I've tried to use it long range. Not a fan. Keeping that fucking cracker. We're repairing that cracker. 5k. We're getting there. Then we're gonna have a shotgun worth fucking using. That said, this thing's not bad. Fucking bullet sponge. Yeah, some of these dudes have pretty decent gear on them.
He has an old one. Almost as
That I'm not allowed to have.
me.
Still, g'day mate. How are ya? It's cracking. Thanks for coming to hang out, man. Good to see ya. Happy to guys are yeah. I assume he's not actually outfitted and I was just using the wrong weapons in the wrong range and shit, but I'll bet. Now, I don't know how the anomaly thing works. I'm still fucking around with that. People seem to run around with a detector like this, and then when it flashes... The first mission showed me, when it flashes, you can find artifacts or anomalies. It can be artifacts, and you can equip them. But I mean, obviously I found the first one in a pile of sludge. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I got stuck, oh no! Fucking anomaly. Yep, and they're right on me balls. I don't want to get in the water. That beautiful little face of yours around this corner. Like an explosion. In. I think they got him. Oh, the fucking nade got him too. Eat a dick, mate. The first time a fucking nade, I've naded a soldier and it's actually taken him down. Because the explosion radius is actually quite small. You really got to be quite accurate. All that for a fucking can of fucking Red Bull. That gun. I need some... Oh yeah, I'm a bit heavy. Shit. I need some healing kits, brother. Take a bandage. I got 23 bandages, actually. That's fine. Fine. Bit better off than I thought I was. What gun were you shooting with? Where's your gun? Fucking roll down the hill. How much better is it with the indicator off, by the way? I wasn't sure at the beginning because it was so dark and the light was in my face and whatnot, but I'm sure now. I'm very sure now. Indicator off is the way to fucking go. These little dots on shit. No idea where I was getting shot from. Obviously that guy in the front there, but he wasn't shooting me at the beginning. There was definitely another guy behind me. Did they fucking sneak up on me or some shit?
Well now, he is an old one. Almost as old as me.
Hi Hachiro! Back for more, mate. 50 months by the half a country. You have been looking after me for a good long while now, mate. And I'll never forget crazy amazing things you've done for me over the fucking years. Cheers, brother. Hope you're enjoying the show, dude. We are having a ball. in Stalker right now. Internet went down before and kind of fucked my flow, you know, which is a shame. But we're back in, we're cranking. We've got a few more hours of Stalker, and then I'm going to do a Path of Exile 2 live stream where I watch a live stream. Very exciting, right? And I'm going to do that because they're going to pay me enough money to buy an OLED TV. Which I think I'm going to go and buy tomorrow. I'm very excited about. I'm also very excited to go and see what the fuck's going on in the Path of Exile 2 community. No shame. I agree. I agree. I'm going to stay up until 9 o'clock in the morning. After an all-nighter. And I got to watch a live stream. You get an OLED, so, you know. Firing skill +1? Absolutely. I might get an OLED. I'll see. I'll see tomorrow. I'm still not sure how I want to approach it. So they were $6,000, and then they were $4,500, and then the display model's 3,300, and I'm like, that's almost half price for a fucking OLED, baby. That's the right range for that gun, by the way. Watch this guy being friendly. Doesn't look like it. That guy was friendly? How do you know? If you possess any information about this game outside the context of my playthrough and you share it with me, you know I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of you, right? If the developers who spent countless years making this game wanted me to know that he was friendly, they'd have put a big fucking sign on his head that said friendly. You know? They didn't want me to know. He looked friendly. Let's go with that. I've certainly had an encounter that was with friendlies that I didn't know were friendlies before, so I know it can happen. But more often than not, it seems like every single cunt that I don't shoot immediately tries to kill me.
Almost as old as me.
Old Brew 94. How you going, mate? Good to see you. That's a big one, isn't it? Almost 100. Yes. A few more hours. Yeah, I told you I'm up until 9. I'm not getting it. So I'm out for tonight. Good night, Nick. I love you. See you soon, mate. There's no such thing as friendly, just those that haven't shot at you yet. I feel like that's the most reasonable way to approach this game. I'm not a fan of the save scumming stuff, you know? I'm trying. You can't really avoid it in this game unless you play a hardcore, every time you die, start again from the beginning run, which just doesn't seem practical, if I'm being honest. Oh my god, that tractor is really fucking radioactive. I don't know what being over encumbered does for me, negatively, by the way, and I'm going to find out eventually. I don't want to know, obviously. But I am now over encumbered for the first time that I'm aware of. Okay, so there's the wall. Hit the wall, and then just follow it straight. That's the play. On those American Prime workday streaming hours, I know, Choxy. It's very rare that it's 4 o'clock a.m. Here. This is when I go to bed because I need to be asleep by 6. Because I gotta be up by 2 to go pick the kid up from school. That's an 8-hour sleep, right? Sometimes I get up a couple hours early because I got a game on the run and I can't sleep. Sometimes I fall asleep a couple hours late because I gotta, do shit or I got a book that won't quit, you know? But no, I try to keep myself fresh. Finish at 4, bed at 6. And finish at 4 usually means finish at fucking 4:50, you know, because you got to do a raid and hang out with a cunt for a while and see what the fuck's going on and get some dinner going. And 6 comes around pretty quick. Do some fucking shoulder exercises for your physio. Anyway, today's a special occasion. I've got a Stalker. I've got a Stalker to play. I've got a Path of Exile live stream to do. And I asked my wife to pick up the kid from school tomorrow. What are you reading these days? I finished the 3rd Malazan Book of the Fallen, which was fucking amazing. But with Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archives Book 5 coming out in a week or 2? Hey? 2 weeks? I didn't want to start up the 4th Malazan book and then be halfway through it when it comes out. So I decided to do some filler in between, and I had saved a few Brando Sanderson books as filler for exactly such an occasion. And so, for the last few weeks, I've been reading Tress, I think it's Tress, of the Emerald Sea. Which is an absolute banger. I knew the range on that pistol was off, and I still went for it again. And it was a bad idea again. What a surprise. So, 44%, that's not bad. A nice little collection, guys. Got to get back to town. We'd be laughing, mate. Beautiful. Might have enough to fix that shoddy. Oh no. Storm. I fucked that up. I switched to 1 to pull the knife out. I needed to hit V. Then I could have done it with the gun out. Yep. That was the mistake that I made then. Otherwise, textbook. Loved it. Tress is nice. I love Hoyd stories. Me too, man. And it's reminding me of Cosmere things and making me ask questions and stuff, which is exactly what I was hoping. Get back into the Cosmere vibes for Stormlight 5. I can't think of the last time I've really had to... Maybe Harry Potter, when I was 15 or something, right? And I had to stop what I was reading because the new Harry Potter book had come out. And I had to get myself back in the Harry Potter mindset and read the new Harry Potter book and then go back to what I was reading. Not since then. So we're talking 20 years ago plus. Have I been in a situation where I've got multiple series of books on the go, some of which are not yet finished? and I need to sort of put one down and pick up the next, you know. So this is interesting for me. I'm just trying to figure out as I go, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, Jeff, fair enough. But yeah, I'll finish up Tress. I've been going slow with Tress, but I'm at the end. I'm 80% of the way through. I've just been reading a chapter a night before bed, and chilling. Trying to drag the time out until Stormlight comes out, and then yeah, I'm gonna read Stormlight Book 5. I can't wait. I'm still trying to remember Book 4. You know, I remember the end. I remember two chicks going at it in a fucking tall tower. You know, I remember Caladan. I remember. I don't remember what Dalinar was doing. I'm sure it'll come back to me. I don't remember what Dalinar was up to though. You know what I might do next week, actually? So we can get back in the vibes. I'll do a spoiler Stormlight show by painting some Stormlight archive minis. And we can sit around and listen to tunes and paint some cool minis from the Stormlight series and just talk about the series. I've actually got a shitload of cunts to paint. I've only painted 3, I think, and I've got maybe 15 more to go. And I got more on the way as well because I pre-ordered some extra ones, like a big chasm fiend. Oh, I can't wait to do him. As part of the Stormlight or the Cosmere tabletop RPG that got kickstarted, and I wasn't gonna get that, and then I caved and fucking went crazy on it. But there'll be Stormlight and Mistborn tabletop RPGs, and I grabbed a bunch of extra minis with that too because I thought, well, the minis might actually be used to play now. That could be great. Imagine doing a tabletop where you're fighting alongside fucking, you know, Kaladin and fucking Dalinar and shit. Jasna and Seth. Oh man. Yeah, just talk about Stormlight to get in the vibe again, and yeah, get caught up before it comes out. Just started reading Gardens of the Moon, and my goodness, has it sunk its teeth. Good. It's such a good book, but it really pales in comparison to what it sets up. You're in for such a treat, Jeff. Enjoy. Fucking, it's up there, man. It's up there with the greats, I think. Malazan, so far. My fucking goodness. Can't wait to get back to it. But I want to, you know, I don't want to be thinking about Stormlight. We should have peeked in there first. Oh, is that? Oh, that's where they are. Love it. What the fuck? Let me have my shit. You cunt fucking game. I can't get in the boxes. That'll do it. They clearly have a lot of supplies here, which makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Well, I did. Just keep swiping them, I guess. But again, and Takata, this is going to be challenging. Can't tell me how to do shit in this game, right? All of the funny bits come out of me not knowing. Important for my career. That's pretty dark and scary. Itching for the new Stormlight. I'm halfway through Rhythm of War and it's so good to just be back in the world again. It's a great fucking world. Kind of forgot Book 4. I remember it basically opening after a time skip where, I mean, I'm not going to spoil anything, but they're much more in touch with their powers now, and then there's the it's I think it's the discovery of and the the tower and everything around it, right? And then towards the end, shit gets fucking insane. It's fine, Ricardo. It's fine. Just sit there and giggle, alright? I was thinking today, for when you do painting streams, also do some custom 3D prints with the printer cam, similar to the vinyl cam. I could, but the thing is, the printer cam is like one frame every 3 seconds.
Прощай промінням своїм душі тих, хто віддає життя за здійснення волі твоєї. Розкрий слугам своїм задуми ворогів наших. І даруй сили помститися за братів полеглих.
It's not a good watch.
Зупинити їм тих, хто одне ціле з монолітом.
Holy. You remember what's going on in the tower? Yeah, it was getting pretty intense in the tower. Didn't feel like this light was doing a lot, and then all of a sudden it's pitch black. Nice. Love it. Simple textures on the windows. Not great, but they sell the effects pretty well. Find Mastiff. There he is. What are you doing here? Huh? Your Mastiff shit first, in case everything goes fucking belly up. I'm thinking that's a bug and not psionic powers, but you never know. 5 and 5 is what I heard, Eyes. Yeah, that's what he's planning. So this will be the 5th and final part of Stormlight Part 1. Which, if it's anything like the end of Mistborn Part 1, it'll be a very drastic change between the two. And this will, in every sense of the word, be a finale for the Stormlight Archives as we know it, right? That was the locked door. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, we know what happened to our boy. Poor thing. The attic, huh? The attic. There's no attic here, is there? Bit fucking dangerous out here, isn't it? There is an attic here.
Я чув, як ти зайшов.
There he is.
Підійди ближче. Прийшов за своїм другом, вільний.
Oh, this is the Monolithian guy?
Я чув щось схоже на молитву. Що це було?
Молитва моноліту допомагає зосередитися. Цікаво, я забув, як учився лікувати та вбивати. Але її слова я пам'ятаю.
Heal.
Навіщо ти вбив людей мастифа в тунелі?
Я не вбивав їх. Вони зайшли до лігва небезпечного мутанта. Він напав швидше, ніж я встиг.
I saw the mutant down there. They thought that he was killing them, but the mutant was killing them? That tracks.
Що ти зробив з мастифом?
Він був тяжко поранений. Без допомоги в нього не було шансів. Тому я приніс його сюди та перев'язав. Не бійся, твій друг виживе.
Ми знаємо,
Я
що
чекав
ти
на це.
тут. Шукайте входи. Будемо цю мерзоту викурювати.
They're going for the monolithian. I heard him say monolithian. No. This guy.
Тобі краще піти. Я нікому не бажаю зла, сталкере.
I'm with you, brother.
Але ці люди
Teach me how to heal.
жадають крові.
Як я можу тобі допомогти?
Відмов їх від штурму. Я врятував життя вашому другу. Це правда. Та чи потрібна їм правда?
No eyes, no.
Блін, тут дірай. Кажись, на вхід зайшли.
Oi, boys.
Ти від нас не сховаєшся.
Hey.
Не стріляти! То сталкер! Тобі це о. З Росою поговорити.
Okay.
Він в торці будинку.
You, eh?
Ти що тут забув? В будинку монолітнутий. Перебив людей мастифа, притяг
He
його
didn't.
сюди,
He
а сам
didn't kill him.
ховається.
Bro, he didn't kill him.
Нічого, ми цю мерзоту тут і зариємо.
Why
А
you
ти
all
або відвали
dickheads?
подалі, або вставай до строю. Буде гаряче.
Я прийшов сюди за мастифом.
Субота покликав. Правильно зробив. Мене він також набрав. Розказав про все. Сказав, що та тварюха монолітнута з мастифа зомбака хоче зробити. Хрін на рило.
Твій субота помилився. Монолітівець не вбивця. Він врятував мастифа.
Chill.
Мужик, що ти верзеш? Він, мабуть, прямо зараз мастифа на зомбака.
I knew I should have just
перетворить.
come out and shot him in the
Ти
fucking head.
навмисно часті.
Fair enough.
Слухай, тобі кінець!
Виходь по-доброму!
The subtitles are gold. Oh!
Перезаряджуся! І тобі кінець!
Fuck! Cunt! I fucking... Well, I gave it a crack, didn't I? Sorry, Ninth. Maybe you and me could have gone places. Could have learned things about monolithians and all sorts of crazy stuff. Then again, most of the powers that were attributed to you were actually just from the mutant by the sound of it. So maybe you weren't that cool anyway. Whoa! Jesus Christ, cunt. We gave it a fang, eh? I feel bad. I do.
Бляха, 9. Храни тебе, моноліт. Нам довелося швидко відходити. Ти подолав такий довгий шлях.
І я пройду його знову. Назад.
Заради чого? Не дурій. Де б ти не сховався, рано чи пізно тебе дістануть. Все змінилося. Ти або йдеш шляхом брехні та жалю до себе, живеш як сталкер серед чужинців, або йдеш до нас, брате.
Тоді скажи, що мені робити.
Одягти нашу стару броню. Дари моноліту допоможуть пройти там, де ніхто більше не зможе. Вір мені, я надішлю маршрут. Хай моноліт осяє твій шлях.
Can't loot your armor, eh? Shame. Night armor looks pretty good. Sounds like it's pretty good too. Well, it's the way of the zone. Yeah, it is, huh? It is. It's how it goes. We certainly tried. There's a stash down there. And a joint down there. We're not too far away, but I don't want to get too fucking bogged down on checking everything in this game, because I'll just never fucking get anywhere, you know? I think it would be better off. Obviously, I want to do some side quests here and there. I want to do some main stuff here and there. I still got to find out where this solder cunt is. And I'll definitely be exploring everything I come across, you know? I don't see too much point going after every fucking little nook and cranny right now. Should never sneak around in a gunfight? Why is that? Was sneaking... Oh, him sneaking around in a gunfight? As soon as I shot, I was like, oh, hey, that looks a lot like that fucking monolith cunt. And then I realized what had happened, but maybe the grenade did trigger him. I don't know. Yeah, killing Jew. Just throw the grenade around the corner. Jew dies. So good. Oh, got a stiff neck now. What's going on? What's happening? We're just going straight, right? We're just going straight. Find information about solder. Ask Gaffer and Captain's Toast. Okay. Right, back. I'm sure I explored in here. Just double check it. Can't hurt for a extra squeeze. The blimp is a nice indicator of where town is. I like that a lot. Vlad. F then P.
Міха, щось я замахався. Ідіть без мене. Я перев'яжуся біля статуї та підійду. Чи то крові багато втратив, чи то статуя, типу, ворушиться. О! Мля! Міха! Зачекайте!
Statue's moving, eh? Thinking maybe you lost too much blood, bro. Secret stash behind it, nice though. Rocking an OG 3080. I'm worried about performance with an ultra wide. With an ultra wide, maybe, yeah. I have heard anything above a 3070 seems to be 3070 Ti seems to be doing all right. But yeah, with an ultra wide, you're probably right. That, as I've been saying, like, that's good, right? If a new game comes out and it's a bit too fucking beefy for your current rig to run it, well, that's the way it's been for the last 30 years, isn't it? Now we've got a reason to get a new rig. Obviously, a lot of people lack the patience and the discipline for such a feeling. Oh, I need it right now, same as everybody else. Well, you can't have it right now. You're just going to have to wait until you can get a new rig. Or upgrade the rig that you've got. And if you've been doing it properly, then a lot of the rig's salvageable. Apparently you want 32 gig of RAM in for this bad boy. Maybe it's time for that new motherboard. Upgrade to the DDR5, 32 gig, whack a new fucking graphics card in. Probably get away with the same CPU. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, you know? I've got a mate who's waiting for the 50 series, which is not too long from now. That seems like it'll be pretty decent. Three different PDAs? So glad you died in that anomaly. You piece of shit. I hope you choked on my loot. Alex Caldoba. We never knew each other. And you'll never get a chance to read this. But I still feel the need to write it. To explain myself, maybe. I was so happy when I snatched the artifact in that anomaly and somehow made it out alive, and then I saw you buried under a pile of rocks. Could have been me. The zone chose me today, and I wanted to do the right thing, like a decent human being. I'm sorry I couldn't get your body out. It was just too dangerous. But at least I have your PDA. I'll leave it here, by this cross. Rest in peace. There she goes. I just bought a 7800 XT moments ago. Nice! So you can play this? Among other things. Goodbye, I found your lucky bolt. It was in the sleeping bag. I didn't believe you back then, sorry. I'll leave it here. It'll always be with you. So one of their mates died and they've left some nice notes behind, except one cunt. Interesting. How am I going for energy drinks now, by the way? 7. That might be enough to get the other quest done, or at least start. Empty stash, of course. Fair enough. Is that the lucky bolt? That's the lucky bolt. Never go into the anomaly without your lucky bolt. Now, it doesn't appear to be a key. I have already gone in here. Although I think I died. I'll just save here really quickly. But it was just a locked door, right? Now that I have a bit of context, though, I want to see where that body is. Might be back in there. Yeah, this door is locked, and there's no fucking just whacking it off. Doesn't look like it anyway. I didn't realize whacking with the knife uses so much stamina. Keep an eye on that. So until I find a way through that door, there's not much here, I don't think. However, according to that PDA, there may very well be a corpse out here I didn't see. So I can play anything made in the past few years at 60 FPS? Yeah. Like, you want to replay Metro? Nice. Metro's gorgeous. It'd be a nice way to check out a new PC, wouldn't it? Oh, fuck, there was one there. I didn't see that one. You can usually get all 3 Metro games for fucking $2 as well. Banging. Right, so I guess we're not going in there this time either. Not vibing it. You know why my stamina's running out so fucking fast when I'm sprinting? It's because I'm over encumbered. It's just clicked. Fucking anomaly. Every fucking time. The song that was playing just stopped. G'day. How you going?
Що хотів? Побачимось.
All good. I figured you'd say that. I think I want to go into the bar and talk to the mate. No, you know, before I do that. Yeah, this job. That's the other thing this reminds me a bit of. That I hadn't pegged it until now. My summer car. I know that probably sounds weird, and to most of you, probably, I don't even know what the fuck that is, but there was some My Summer Car days. And this has My Summer Car fucking energy at times, okay?
Чим можу допомогти, сталкери?
Do you know soda? I never asked.
Чув що-небудь про припоя?
От якби хто інший запитав, а не ти, я б з нього 3 шкури здер.
Oh,
А тобі за так скажу. По дружбі. Прізвисько у твого другана.
a techie. Alright. Fair enough.
Ну, поглянь.
Oh, I got plenty for you, dude. We are stocked up. How the fuck do I have an AK that is fucking broken again? I thought I was not picking up broken guns anymore. Now that Viper is my Viper. You're not having that one. You can have all these PDAs. And that sawn-off is my sawn-off. Condensed milk. Yummy. I made some delicious mango ice cream with condensed milk the other day. So good. Fresh mangoes. Yum. Used as bait for mutants, which also have a bit of a sweet tooth. Not worth selling, apparently. They were special indeed, Faceless, when they. Can't wait for my winter car. I know. I'll probably hit that straight up just for the lols. I know we'll have good times with it. Maybe it'll get Weddy streaming again. Wouldn't that be something? Oh, I can sort, right? Sort. Cool. So I can't sell that. I'm keeping that, and that stuff's mine as well. Nice. So what are we talking here? Plus 3k? I like the sound of that. quite a bit. My debut suit is worth 16k, right? Or am I wearing the leather jacket? I'm wearing the leather jacket. His is the debut suit. Basically, a jacket with aramid fibers and nylon thread complemented with a basic load-bearing system. It serves as the bare minimum for survival. This suit doesn't protect against anomalies and won't stop a bullet, but its simplicity and cost-effectiveness make it... Cost-effectiveness? It's 16 fucking grand, man! This game's off its fucking tits, dude. I'm going to get me shotgun repaired. And once it's repaired, we'll start looking at upgrading it.
Полагодити щось. Давай, не тягни. Викладай.
Wait, actually, before that, I did the job for you.
Я з'ясував, що трапилося з групою Мастифа. Група Мастифа загинула через небезпечного мутанта. Його самого врятував монолітівець і відніс лікувати до покинутого будинку. Роса та його люди
Дивись, який розклад, Скіфе. Прохання моє ти виконав, тому купони на КПК я тобі... Але те, що ти став на сторону монолітівця, вони ж усі чудовиська, Скіфе. Я коли згадую, що ті нелюди колись витворяли, дрижаки хапають. Батя роками залісся від моноліту захищав. Ти, звісно, тут недовго і не міг усього знати. Але люди не зрозуміють. Я...
375 bucks. And now you're gonna charge me 5 grand to fix me gun. 300... That fucking mission... Go and fucking kill a monolithian and a mutant cunt and save the miners underground and get fucked on by a group of stalkers because you don't fucking know what a monolithian is for 375 bucks. All right, mates. All right, you're the cracker. Yeah, fucking broke. Fucking broke. The technician cannot install this upgrade. Oh. Really? This cunt just shit, or is... Or is it because I don't have the money? I don't believe it said that with the others. It didn't. Interesting. I gotta repair my vest as well, apparently. Okay.
Давай, побачимось.
So I get pinged for siding with the monolithian, and the monolithian's dead. So I don't get any fucking access. Best of, worst of both worlds, huh? Love it. I don't know if I need to keep that Tollers, to be honest. Does it use the same ammo? It does. This needs to be unloaded and dropped. I'll probably end up selling that Tollers because I'm not going to use it now that I got me cracker ready to go. What are we talking about ammo-wise for that too? 26mm slugs? I think, yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah, that's the stuff. So I got 14. And buckshot and slugs. I wonder. I don't want to do it here because these guys will get pissy, but B. Was it B? N. B was firing mode. We kept that ammo. You just wasted all those shells? I don't think I did I? Did I? The idea that changing your ammunition type would delete all of the current type of ammunition that you have is obscene. But at the very least, it will put it on the ground so you can pick it up, right? I didn't shoot them. I just... That does not make sense in a game like this. It's ammo type, Lamau. I don't know if you feel like you were explaining something. Yeah, yes, I want the answer. Fucking Jesus fucking Christ. You sure you keep them? You would think so. But I'm also pretty sure. That's not helping me. You don't waste the ammo. Okay, so I had 7 buckshot before. And I still have 7 buckshot. It's like, I mean, all I have to do is press N to find out. I just don't want to... Interesting. It ejected slugs again. You keep them, it changes the type? Yeah. It's a little bit janky, but it is. Thank fuck for that. So I got slugs and I got buckshot, and I gotta make sure I know which is which and what's equipped. The iconography in the bottom isn't great for that. So the top dot is buckshot. The bottom is the middle is slugs. That's okay, Hunter. It's all good. That would be insane, wouldn't it? All right, cool. So, slugs, buckshot. If I use this gun right, it could carry me for a while. I think it's a great gun, and I'm glad that it was the first thing I was spending my money on.
Ех, краса то яка. Якби лінзи ні мильниці не гигалися після кожного викиду, я б таких фотокарток наробив. Навіть те саме макове поле. Кожному зеленому на показ. Але ж вони потім туди полізуть. Без підготовки, навмання. Ні, старий. Є краса, котру краще не бачити.
That was condensed milk. That was the good stuff. Why are you drinking the good stuff? Am I out of bad stuff? I got 22 breads. You're drinking the condensed milk? Didn't catch the end of that, but I don't think it was giving me information that I need to know about the poppy
Чого
field.
сумуємо, непруху висиджуємо? От послухайте краще. Коротше, вирішив Ной зібрати кожної тварі по
spilled a bit,
парі.
mate.
Приходять до нього 10 вартівців, а він їм, мені тільки 2 тварі потрібні. Ой, загнув, так загнув.
Everyone's got jokes, do they? All over the sea, yeah.
Тепер варта з'явилась. І кажуть, що проти неї вже підпілля збирається.
Where's Gaffer's house? I wonder. I think it was supposed to be like out on the edge of town or something. I'm so glad there's at least one streamer playing with without the English VA, so much more enjoyable. Yo, you're welcome, Biggs. I'm going for the immersion experience over here, baby. You know me. I'm giving it a good crack today. I'm not going to be streaming the next 2 nights because Friday and Saturday. Sunday is my big stream. However, it's a pupil-free day on Monday. So that means my kid's going to be home, which means he's going to be staying up Sunday night. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to be streaming Sunday. I'm definitely doing a Sunday show, and I'm definitely playing the fuck out of Stalker. I'm having a great time with this so far, and I certainly don't want to stop now. But there may be a kid hanging around, is all I'm saying. Won't be completely free. But yeah, I'm gonna be slow crawling my way through this one for a bit. Who knows how long with me, you know? But I happen to be a bit of a flake these days. But I definitely want to play Stalker.
Схрон перевірив, ствола почистив, хабар закупив. Можна відпочивати.
No idea. Captain Zotov and Gaffer, eh? Well, I guess we. Whoa, that water does not look nice. Oh, it's actually not bad. This is probably the drinking pond, isn't it? Yum. Good pond scum. Put hairs on your chest, mate. Oh, these are the fucking soldiers. Oh, I found that. I remember their base. Yeah, yeah. Is this place open yet? Okay. Oh, it might be. Hello. Captain Zotov. He might be in here. That would make sense. Hey.
Сподіваюся, ти по ділу?
Cool map, bro.
Мені сказали, ти можеш допомогти з припоєм. Спершу тобі треба допомогти мені, сталкере. Сам знаєш із чим. Косий? Саме він. Ти дійсно віриш, що це Косий вбив твоїх людей? Це питання порядку, сталкер. Не віри. Якщо вільні вирішать, що можуть безкарно вбивати моїх людей, настане хаос. Ми обов'язково знайдемо і покараємо справжнього вбивцю. Але зараз... Для порядку вистачить і мародера, який привласнив те, що належить варті.
Alright. Gotta be done. Wish you could vault a bit more stuff. Not like Dying Light, but some fences. Yeah, it does feel weird, especially when you're being chased by something and you just like, dude, jump over the fucking fence. Yeah. It does feel a bit rough around that edge. I agree.
І що я можу зробити? Косий мерзота. Але для всіх місцевих він перш за все сталкер. І можливо, такий сталкер, як ти, знайде... А звідки мені знати, що ти не кинеш? Ми тобі не торгаші чи бандити. Варта слово тримає. Я в курсі, що вільні нас називають по-різному. Мені потрібні сенсори, які Косий познімав з тіл моїх людей. Але якщо водночас і самим Косим щось трапиться... Утім, я ж не наполягаю, сталкери. Не ти, так інші охочі знайдуться. Виходить, наважився. Ну, хоч у когось на малій голова на плечах.
Умови прості. Я тобі кажу, що знаю, а ти наших хлопців не пресуєш. Домовилися.
Кажи, а там вирішимо.
Я попитав своїх. Думаю, він неподалік, на складі. Якщо ти відправиш загін, то...
Загін він одразу помітить. Краще наш друг туди прогуляється. А щодо того питання, сталкере, я
Мені здається, що краще відправити твоїх людей.
Ти, дядько Льоню, не нервуйся, присядь. Посидимо разом, почекаємо новин з місця, куди ти моїх людей так сильно хочеш відправити.
Up. This guy's not going to be too happy with me though, are ya? Old Uncle Leonia.
Rejoice, fellow expletives.
Oh!
One of our executioners is returned. Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
Exo, that's huge, mate. Thank you. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. What's going on? Cheers, mate. Love that you slow crawl through games. It really makes me want to go back to all the Metro games. I still haven't done those myself. Only briefly. I need to do that. No worries, take it easy, mate. You gotta, yeah, no worries, Parakeet. Absolutely, man. Good luck with everything. If I can do anything to help at all, you let me know, okay? Anything you need. I'm your guy. Cheers, brother. Oh, I gotta piss. Be right back. All right, what time is it? 5. Yeah, okay, cool. We still got a bit of time. We still got a bit. My legs aren't happy about that. I'll tell you right now. Standing up is getting old.
Fellow expletives, for one of our executioners is returned.
Lesbo!
Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
Another fucking executioner just lurking away and pissing their cash away with it. Thank you so much. And for 102 months as well. Incredible. You're incredible. I love you. Cheers, mate. How you doing? What's going on? Good to see you. Glad to be up a little later today. Careful of that. Old Gaffer's house. Look how good that looks. Oh, yeah, dude, absolutely. The graphics are pretty fucking sexy. Would this be old Gaffer's place? Feels like this is a place he'd live in. I feel like the weather might be picking up. I don't like that. Absolutely. Storm's coming. Echo, thanks for hanging, man. I'll catch you soon, yeah? Incredible storm. Wind's howling, yeah. Maybe. Zombies, eh? How do they work? Not steam. Oh. Like I've forgotten the... That's the one. Windows Alt print screen. I know I'm an idiot, but... Still fucked. I want to see it in HDR, but the HDR just doesn't work. Has anyone else been able to successfully get HDR working? It's just a me fucking problem? Video? I got one. It's not a bad one. HDR Windows. No, it's usually not too bad these days. On Windows 11 anyway. But it's not working on this game. Elden Ring was a bitch as well. The lightning striking sound is kind of wimpy. Some of the sound design's not as intense as I would like, I'll agree. But then others are really good. So, can't complain. Love the ripple on the water. That's something. Yes, we need to make sure someone is speaking every second. Every second, so that I can never take a screenshot. Yeah, always be speaking. You fucking losers. Take a break. Shut the fuck off. Thank you for your incredible suggestions. Well, I don't know what I'd do without you. You're so intelligent and unique and beautiful. Thank you. Dust is good enough on that one, I think. They do, Alice. I don't know how I live without them. Well, I don't know where Gaffer is. So... fuck him. We're heading this way. I'll find him later. I need something engaging. To remind me. To help me forget that I'm standing up. So fuck knows how many hours. Lightning never strikes the same place twice, right? Is that frame generation artificing the clouds up there? Or is it just a texture effect? Great stuff. Great stuff. Represent air anomalies. Ooh, that's a good call. I like that. Paper bags and shit flying around. Nice, Obi. I feel like I remember when the chopper flew over. That's actually great. Good catch. I don't like peak on Z and C. It's okay. But it's a little cumbersome. Or maybe I'll get better at it. Ah, fuck yeah, Purple. Good on you, mate. Yeah, dude. Enjoy. Enjoy. Good times. Good times. Wanted me a beer, no. And some water. No shit. Goes pretty hard, doesn't it? I think the storm's finally clearing up. Green crosshair. Didn't notice that before. Maybe there's something to it. Keep an eye out for green crosshairs in the future. Where's Squint?
Що ти трьося тута?
Cause attack.
Сталкера шукаю. Косого. Зустрічали?
Ну заходив тут один. Клікуху не питали, шуганули.
Куди він пішов, бачили?
У нас тут що, Давідкова?
I have to fight?
Набридли мені розмови. Нудно.
Братва, сталкер занудьгував. Треба полоскотати.
classic Ukrainian combo. Brutal, bro. It's the first time I haven't been given a choice. Like, I either had 1,500 bucks on me, or I was getting into a fight. I guess there's no way those guys were letting me out without trying to rob me. Fair enough. But I feel like the dialogue choices could have reflected that better. So that I didn't feel like I had no way out. More like, we'll just leave it at that then. No, you won't. Sort of thing. Like, fucking really pulled me neck somehow today. Something like that could have gone a long way to making you feel like you have choices that you don't have. But I'm nitpicking. That's what you get, yeah, when you watch me play. Play-by-play commentary. Oh.
I remember you. Back from war, are we? Good.
Illusion's a lot of the time all you need to satisfy suspension of disbelief and immersion, right? Which is all we're trying to do here. Thank you, Jen. Fuck yeah, I'm doing great, mate. And Pepper, yeah, dude, thank you. I'm glad. This is definitely the kind of shit that I like to play. Definitely like to stream anyway. Because we can have that lovely immersive experience. I'm all about it, man. All about it. Enjoy the nitpicking? Fair enough. It's just those small little details that don't cost much, but can have a pretty big impact, you know? And I say it with love. No judgment. These guys have clearly gone and made an incredible thing during a pandemic and then a war. So bra fucking vo to them. They win.
Лікоть, тримай в курсах. Дерся тут якийсь сталкерок підозрілий. Ми його шуганули в бік хутора. Не хвилювайся, весь хабар буде ліпше за новий.
Farmstead. They just tell you where it is. That's fine. Fair enough. It's probably better than making you look for the farm. I obviously we all know what I'd prefer, but I guess I don't have to open the map, do I? But AI could still use some work. Fuck did that dog come from? I know the dogs have been running around a bit. But I did not see that coming. There he is. Now the rest of us know that I'm here. It auto peaks for you on some corners, which is actually great. I gotta get in on more of that shit. Fucking dogs sneak up on you, don't they? Oh. Over encumbered again. I didn't mean to do that. Slugs, not buckshot. I remember that. Still got to be accurate. I'll save the buckshot until I have a bit more. This gun's already paying off though. It's not as as incredible as I want it to be, but it a grenade out first, come out, bang, bang. It did its fucking job. I took a bit more damage than I would have liked, but there were 3 of them. So. Oh shit. 2 shotty shells on a dog doesn't feel good, does it? I gotta get faster with the knife on those, I think.
Smell of proper devotion. Welcome back.
Because I'm losing health.
We've missed you.
Turtle, my good friend. Hiya, mate. Hope you're having a great week. Hope you're in the mood for a little fucking Stalker. What, you caught me, mate? Are you still playing Broken Arrow, or have you switched over to this? I had 1 game of Broken Arrow today, and it was amazing. Someone dropped out straight away, of course, but then someone else on my team dropped out like a minute later, and it was like, fuck yes. We've got a game, let's go. As good as it gets with Broken Arrow at the moment. Some cunt seems to drop out of every fucking single fucking game, and it's driving me nuts. But yeah, I had some really good tank play, slow pushing through the jungles today with infantry support. I was having a ball. And got some laser designation for my... laser designating targets. So that... No, it's an anomaly, not a artifact, right? So that my, what is it, Eagle 2 could bomb him? Oh, amazing. Bandits chat with a missing buddy? And how are you, Course? Trying to mark your territory across the whole damn campsite? Did I told you it was a lousy spot, but no, you had to bed down right by the anomalies. That must be here. Bed down. Right by the anomaly. There? Guess that PDA is just to let you know that there's a corpse with loot out the back there or something? Seems fairly reasonable. I'm copping some serious fucking radiation though, eh? What is so radioactive in there? A lot of the time it seems to be the vehicles, either the cargo that they're carrying or something inside the tanks. It seems fairly consistently vehicles. Is that another storm coming in? Wind's starting to pick up a little bit. Hey Grumpy, how are you, man? True, Krogar, sure. It definitely feels like wind. Walking around with unlimited bolts? Yes, it would appear so. I don't know if I searched this place as thoroughly as I wanted to, but... We gotta go find that part. Oh, there is a stash apparently here, so I mean... Better at least look for that. This almost happened when I came in here before, and then I quick saved. Just in case it happened again, and it fucking happened. over encumbered again. Nothing? I just wanted to know. Just once. Oops. Oh, well, I have no idea where this stash could be. It says it's in that building, right? Aurora gas mask. Hey! An ordinary civil defense gas mask featuring a simple rubber mask and a modern yet fairly basic filtration system. That's like a huge find, right? 12,300 in value. Gives me a reasonable amount of physical, radiation, chemical, electrical, and thermal protection. What a fucking find, man. Maybe the best value find of my playthrough thus far. That's a disconcerting sound. Okay, southeast. Oh, there's Gaffer. Okay. Ow! Don't jump off buildings. Yeah, it's one of those things. It is a bit higher than it looked from up there. Definitely one of those things. Metal. Could it just be that metal is radioactive? Would that make sense? Obviously water is often, but metal just itself, I feel like that, for some reason, pings a memory, perhaps. That in this sort of a situation, metal would absorb radiation and then be giving it off for a long time to come, something like that. That seems to track. But that's how I watch, even without playing yet. Helps. I'm not worried about Cody making too many spoilers. Listen. I've been providing a largely spoiler-free viewing experience for a great many years, and I don't intend to stop anytime soon, right? Actually, yeah, metal left over in Chernobyl's highly radioactive still. It basically absorbed it. I didn't know, I looked it up. Metal can retain radiation longer. That's why all the fucking trucks are radioactive still. Mostly talking about how you're slow as fuck. I'm not, I disagree that I'm slow as fuck. I don't even know how you have ascertained how slow I am. Yeah. How do you know I'm slow? You don't know how much progress I've made today. You've got no basis for comparison, no reference, have ya? Huh? Just talking out of your fucking cockhole. I've been watching for 8 years. Maybe this is the one time where that is not true. Well, if I was a little fucking rat, I don't know where I'd be hiding. Oh, Squint feels like a bit of a rat, doesn't he? Same effect as the ants, I think. Cheap, simple, effective. I love it. Yeah, there's the ants. Yeah. It really does look like there's ants crawling first. Is that a zombie? Is that what they mean by zombie, maybe? That looks like a zombie. We'll just keep a bigger gun. Handy. Underground, huh? Yellow raisin looking at. He had green fucking eyes or something though, didn't he? Did you have to fuck around with the settings to get the game running well? Well, no. The only thing I fucked around with was whether or not I wanted DLSS upscaling and DLSS 3 frame generation. And in this particular instance, I decided that I did want both. I was running about 90 frames on average, max settings, without frame generation, and about 150 with. Maybe there's a dog up in the farmyard. Fighting something. Yummy. Personally, I find all the little fucking 2D textures quite endearing, to be honest. I'm in 1440 personally. Imagine trying to run it at 4K would be bringing that 150 with frame gen down quite a bit. I can't quite grasp how these artifacts form in sludge. I can't seem to get it to happen again, but fine. Yeah, mid-range system seems like they're gonna have a bit more trouble depending on little things like what kind of RAM you have and how much of it might be playing a pretty big role, I'm hearing. But yeah, obviously this is a very high quality game. It's a brand new end of 2024 visual fucking spectacular experience. And while I'm sure they've done everything they can to optimize it for lower end PCs as best as possible, the reality is if you want it to run well, you're going to need to have a pretty good rig. And every now and then, games like that are going to come out. Some people are going to say, I played Silent Hill 2 and that fucking worked fine and this is shit. Fair enough. I feel like it's showing quite a lot of ignorance. Given that Silent Hill 2 is a very different kind of fucking video game. It's rendering a very different amount of things. At one time. And I don't think it's comparable at all. Also probably had a bigger budget. Obviously people are going to be a bit pissy. The pose, yeah, it's cool, right? Gives me Metal Gear vibes. To be honest. Well, I don't know what the deal with the big underground fucking chemical spill is. Is that the 16K suit? The debut suit? 13K here, but yeah. That's the one we were looking at the store. It's full durability too, that's amazing. Weighs a little more, worth 13K. Quite a bit more physical protection. Another straight upgrade though. Loving it. Max 80, I'm at 63. We're getting a little heavy. Like the armor, I know. Bit more protection, and they got the helmet with a little bit as well. Things are looking up for us, mate. The zone is being kind. Exploration is key. Yeah, it seems to help. That's for sure. It also seems to mark quite a few bits and pieces on your map too. I'm not sure if that was marked as a stash or not. It does seem to mark quite a bit. I don't know if I want to go back down there. Problem is, I don't really want to deal with these guys. That said, if they're holed up in there, fucking with him. Nice and close range, slugs to the fucking face. Easy peasy, no wuckers. What if he's holed up in here, right? We gotta check. These guys were doing laps like there might be. Keeping someone inside. Yeah, Zapstar. Love it. I don't know if you're still there, Toulouse, but I absolutely will do a paint stream again. Yeah, Stormlight paint stream coming soon, for sure. That was a trap. Isn't he? You cheeky little cunt. You cheeky little maggot. I'm gonna shoot you in your dick. Yeah? I fucking seen it! Just wait until I fucking find you.
Ти хто такий? Якого хріна тут забув?
Спокійно. Я ствола прибрав, бачиш? Свої.
А може, ти вартівська сука? Винюхуєш тут щось? Хоча ні, пикою не вийшов. Та й сильно ці козли горді, щоб сталкерське лахміття надягати. Звалити звідси допоможеш? Раз свій. Як сталкер сталкеру.
About that.
Це ви вночі напали біля старого мосту. Навіщо?
Вночі? Ні. Я вже зранку цих виродків знайшов. Ну і добив напівдохлого. Бачив би ти, як ці козли з нами кілька років тому. Скільки добрих сталкерів загинуло, коли ці виродки вирішили показати, хто в зоні хазяїн. Та в сліпого пса більше людяності, ніж у варти. Тож око, курва, за око.
Maybe, ma'am, it's the boxes are, you know, like depends on the difficulty you're playing on. I'll explore the whole damn map before progressing to the third objective. In games like this, fair. I'm trying to limit my exploration to around the main objective so that I actually, you know, progress. Because you know what I'm like. Like 120 hours of Breath of the Wild and don't do a fucking single quest and then stop.
Є ідеї, як з малої звалити?
Є одна, але потрібен артефакт. Тут у печері поряд він точно є.
I looked. There.
Що за артефакт? Як він допоможе?
Все тобі розкажи. Звичайний артефакт. Просто знаю, як з ним треба.
Oh?
У печері? А що там?
Та звичайна печера.
Але йду туди я, не.
Ну добре. За нам.
Ясно.
Так що, допоможеш?
Гаразд. Я дістану артефакт.
А я одразу в тобі
А ти як гадаєш?
Ну хто зна?
So I'm supposed to be coming here and bringing him into the town, right? But instead, I'm somehow helping him get an anomaly so he can escape? I don't think that's what I was planning to do. Where the fuck is this dog? I can hear him underground, I can hear him here. There he is. Whoa! There's a few of them. Me fucking ammo on dogs! Well, I knew where it was, didn't I? Ah! This may be a difficult one. Get that fucking artifact yourself, mate. You're damn right you can. All single player scripted stuff in it. As a bloodsucker indeed, yeah. Scripted damage scene into a lunge attack before you can heal? Well, it's not how it went the first time. It's just really hard is the long and short of it. I think, we're going to... a lot more ammo than I thought I had. Nice. That was a one shot that time. That's a bit fucking brutal, yeah. Seems about right for a bloodsucker. Fair enough, fair enough. There is another way in here. The way out from before I could try and go through. You enjoyed that, did you? Yeah? Yeah? Fuck you. The bloodsuckers, it seems like more often than not, it's better to run. Now, I felt like I already checked this room for anomalies between you and me. Facilitates the rapid growth of fungi and microbes. Storing it alongside foodstuffs, including canned goods, is not advised. Huh. Fair enough. Okay, dealt with the bloodsucker. Best way to deal with those fuckers, eh? Run!
Ну, артефакт у тебе? Якого хріна не попередив, що в печері така мудота водиться? А ти б тоді пішов туди? Отож бо й воно. Тримай і вали звідси. А ти красава, сталкере. Але грошей не дам. Нема. І манаток нуль. Пошарпало мене. Хіба що от є така вартівська хрінь. Фіг знає, що це, але може знадобиться. Бувай! Зона дасть. Побачимося.
Got the ward sensors? Measure and record environmental readings and anomalous energy fluctuations and the wearer's health data. Oh, apparently I was here to get those. So, I thought I was supposed to be bringing Squint in. You always choose original language? No, case by case. I'm a case by case kind of motherfucker. But this is a game made in Ukraine by Ukrainians, set in Ukraine, filled with Ukrainians. You know what I mean? Vinland Saga, anime, I prefer watching in English. Bunch of Japanese Vikings just don't sound right to me. Even though English Vikings should sound wrong as well. They don't. But like, I guess there's Evangelion and Full Metal Alchemist I prefer in English as well. Evangelion's kind of set in Tokyo. But like stuff that's set in modern day Japan, I want in Japanese. Case by case. But with this, it's just plainly the English was distracting, and it didn't feel like we were part of the world. Simple as that, I guess. So I'm zoning out. Who are you boys? What are you doing out here?
Здоров, чоловіче.
Hey, man.
Скурвилася воля, зрозумів? Продалася за цяцьки блискучі. Нема більше сталкерської
Oh,
вольниці.
okay.
І, можливо,
Fair enough.
щасти.
This stuff gives me Bethesda vibes, man. Like you talk to a cunt and everyone resets to their default positions and shit constantly. I hate that shit. It's not a big deal, but I can't fucking stand it. It just reminds me of Bethesda games too much. Squint was never important. They wanted the gear, and if Squint died, even better. But I managed to deal with the situation without getting him killed. Which should make someone else happy, I guess. Oh. Easy. Wake up. Wake up and don't walk directly into anomalies. Right. They look like Ukrainians? Agreed, yeah. They certainly have that profile. Yeah. Odd flip. It definitely feels right to play this one in Ukrainian. So here we are. There's a glare reflecting off your glasses. Well, I'm getting a couple of stutters now. That's interesting. I haven't had any stutters at all night. I mean, just a couple. Interesting. Put that away. We are looking for old Gaffer, right? Yeah. He's supposed to be in here.
Ніби й давно в зоні, а від викиду й досі трусить.
Still need to...
Я знав, що це твоїх рук справа, Ріхтере.
Це справа рук Котого.
А Косий, чия людина, а?
Моя.
First place I
І тому
checked.
мені потрібна твоя...
А ти чого вуха грієш? Сам же чув. Я
I
зайнятий.
need help, cunt.
Які люди. Вибач, якби знав, що варта так швидко до Залісся добереться, я б тебе до іншого місця відправив.
Окей.
Я навіть знаю, до якого. Що хотів?
Я шукаю одну людину. Припоя.
Знаю такого. І де його шукати знаю. Але мені теж потрібна допомога. Допоможи мені знайти Косого, і я розповім про Припоя.
Ти ще й свіжака сюди вплутати вирішив?
I see.
Батю, нам просто потрібно, щоб хтось злазив на ту вежу. Халявна справа. Я би сам...
А, щоб тебе там хапнули, а я потім пояснював, чому у мене в Заліссі іскрівець
Spare metal? Hang on, mate.
Ні, сиди і не рипайся. Сталкера, аеростат у центрі Залісся бачив? Треба на цю вежу залізти та з обладнанням помудрувати. Я скажу техніку, щоб він з тобою зв'язався, коли
I had a
дістанеться.
different tower in mind. I found Squint.
Я знаю, де Косий.
Косий хай іде з миром. І на всі 4 боки. Мені потрібні лише сенсори, які він вкрав у варти.
Сенсори в мене. Я свою частину угоди виконав. Тепер розповідай про Припоя.
Я вже казав, що в тобі не сумнівався, а? Припій. Технік Мсопа. Слизький тип. І ти не сильно схожий на людину, з яким Припій зазвичай працює.
I just made a choice, yeah. I didn't mean to, but...
Розкажи детальніше про цей МСОП.
Чергова охоронна структура з великої землі, яка
А на
на людину видатних можливостей з пошуку різних ідіотів. Але якщо серйозно, припій, жадібний боягуз і ніколи не соромився бити в спину. Хоча... Чого це я? Мудил там вистачає.
Не густо. Це все, що ти з'ясував?
З припоєм я раніше був знайомий. Випадково. А ось те, що він на сфері засів, це було для мене новиною. На ній кажуть,
Mapping anomalies at the sphere.
Так ось звідки ти його знаєш. Зізнавайся, що ти біля старого мосту робив? Аномалії шукав?
Розкажи детальніше про сферу.
Кажуть, з її допомогою можна мапи аномалій креслити. Або навіть більше. Що саме більше, ніхто не знає. А хто знає, не поспішає розповідати. Це ще проекту X будівля.
Relic from the
А
Project
ті
X
хащі
times. Oh.
Розкажи про...
Сферівців начальник і припоє командир. Якби на Малахіті створювали енциклопедію головних мразот зони, було діло, коли він 2 сталкерів наказав розстріляти. І знаєш за що? За контрабанду, яку їм сам же і продав, а потім зрозумів, що продешевив. Якщо Сухін раптом не вбачай подохне, тобі навіть батя подякує.
Я активував один пристрій, ну а далі фонтан світла, варта і 3 невідомих, що намагалися всіх убити.
Так, я пам'ятаю той концерт. З пошти його було гарно видно. Так і знав, що ти там першою скрипкою був. Гаразд, ми відійшли від теми. Сферу штурмувати в лоба – думка тупіша навіть за похід.
I'm listening.
Просто скажи, що робити далі.
Я дізнався дещо цікаве. Після того, як варта почала наводити кіпіш, Сухін віддав бійцям наказ зачистити резервний вузол зв'язку під ребрами.
І що? Там монстри?
Гірше. Свідоцтва Сухінових незаконних оборудок. Компромат, січеш? Думаю, ти там зможеш знайти дещо корисне. Дещо, що відчинить нам усі двері.
Give ward sensors to Captain Zotov. Mission accomplished.
Ну що, освоївся? Роздивився? Отак от ми тут і живемо. Правила прості. Стволом не махати, на інших не бикувати, конфлікти вирішувати за парканом. І від себе додам, з вартою краще справ немає. Вони
Fucking
в тобі
teeth
не
look
людину
good, do they?
бачать, а лиш інструмент. А інструментів, сам знаєш, не шкода.
Lip syncing as well.
Не зникай надовго.
Like, the faces aren't too good when you stand back, but you get up fucking close and it's pretty impressive shit. Pretty fucking impressive fucking shit, huh? Bloody hell. A bit of light rain. I'm loving the leather. Hey, Charger. Yeah, I've got a sponsored thing. I'm going to live stream that I have to watch. In 45 minutes. I might go and grab some food in a bit. I'll try and have me dinner. My body feels like I'm supposed to have had dinner a couple hours ago. My body's starting to dislike my situation. Who the fuck's Hamster? Oh, he's the guy I usually go to, right? What do we got here? Warlock's the barkeeper. Oh, is he in here? Volumetric fucking eat your heart out. Yummy. Oh.
Я, коли цей бар організовував, не думав, що так багацько народу буде. Спершу тільки ми з Бетою тут чарочку випивали. А якщо ще варта перестане на мозок.
Need more money.
Роботу шукаю.
Ще питаєш. Думав уже сам.
Oh, wow. Whoa! Shoot some fleshies, kill some dogs. Get an artifact.
Артефакти, які з зони винесли, згасають доволі швидко, сам знаєш. Тож попит на них зап, так що одна нога там, інша тут.
Here's an old one.
Підход.
Almost as old as
Just any old artifact?
Для тебе
Oh, no, a
завжди
whirlwind
козак
artifact. Ooh. Ellie man, g'day mate. 73 months. What's up, dude? What's there?
well now.
Yeah, Ether, sounds good, right?
Here's an old one. Almost as old as me.
I've seen you in Half-Life. Gordon Freeman or something. Zen Zone as well. Dude, 5 years, mate. 5 fucking years. Happy anniversary, brother. And Hallie, over on the just over 6 years, huh? Look at all that shit. Beautiful, boys. Thank you. Hope you still get a chance to watch the show every now and then. Someone's been smoking some durries out here. Oh. Storm's coming in again, boys. Oh, yeah. I don't know about you, but I love watching the storm coming. Woo! Damn! Love to see it. Very impressive stuff. I could go a little nap. Wake me up in like fucking 20 minutes, yeah? Just a quick kit. Quick power nap. Did you take a fucking screenshot of me and make it one of your emotes, you cocksucker? And just try to sneak that in? Huh? You fucking wanker. I had a feeling. Definitely tell it's past me bedtime, can't you? Bloody hell. I'm getting old. Don't fall asleep now. There's an OLED on the line. Awesome heavy metal. I'm flattered. The weather's, yeah, brilliant. I'm very impressed. It's very dusty here, Noose. Other places are much more jungly at night. This place is dusty as fuck. Pretty cool. Let's see if we can climb the tower at night. Guide, medic. Get into the Sphere's abandoned communication hub. Didn't they ask me to go up to the top of the tower? They did, and then they sort of changed their mind or something. Maybe that was that was the alternate mission. But I did the other guy's mission to get Splint, and then I see what happened. Definitely see what's happened. I don't even jump, I'm so heavy. Oh, that's all I needed. I just needed to sit down for a minute. It's much better. Hey brother, are you still...
Слухаю. Щасти.
Yeah.
Ну, нічого собі ви тут улаштували, молодики. Добре, що хоч у дяді Льоні все продумано. Ну що? Доброго шляху, легкої дороги.
What does a guide do?
А чим займає?
Допомагає людям дістатися куди треба і не по частинах. У зоні багато стежок, і провідники знають найбезпечніші. Ну, або брешуть, що знають. У будь-якому разі кудись тебе доведуть. До табору, до безвиході, або до могили. Ха-ха, жартую, синок. Доброго шляху, легкої дороги.
People standing around waiting for some cover. I feel like that's what happens in Death Stranding. That's missing from Bethesda games and this game. Maybe from Witcher games as well. Because this has Witcher vibes about it too. The same kind of open world. They must use the same kind of tech for dealing with AI scripting, you know? Because they all reset after certain shit back to a certain position, and they absolutely don't. Oh, hello. Good morning. And clears up quick, doesn't it? Don't hide from cover and stuff. Death Stranding was completely unique in that regard. Ow, though. The weather's definitely lovely. It's beautiful. I want to play more of this game. I really want to play more of this game. I've got to find a whirlwind anomaly. That makes me super interested because maybe, just like the pools of slime, sometimes those whirlwinds have artifacts in them, and you need to go up and find them like this. That could be a thing. Testing these kinds of ideas would be very fun. What's going on down here? Ew. Right, anyway, look, I gotta go sell my shit. I'm too heavy. They said that the A-Life system isn't fully working. I think it was removed from the store page or something I read recently. This must be the medic.
Спробуй там, у полі, під викид не попадати. Після нього виживає дуже мало. А хто виживає,
Yeah, Kurt. Oh,
їм
so good.
жодні ліки й артефакти не допоможуть. Я знаю, я пробував, вибач. Я після викиду завжди сам.
Okay. Patch me up, you just heal me?
Полікуємо як треба.
Thanks, mate.
О,
My favorite patient.
мені на великий ніколи нічого важливого не довіряв. От я й вирішив людям по-справжньому допомагати. Сюди
All these artifacts, huh?
небезпечне, звісно. Але операція на серці теж небезпечна штука. То що, не робити?
Fair enough.
Завжди радий. Але ти все ж обережніше там.
No, Ninja. I didn't ask you. Shit! Go fuck yourself. How's that? Pockhead. They make this game through the fucking war? Yeah, through the pandemic first. And then the war. As far as I understand it. They build them different over there, don't they?
Зараз би влазнів.
Play me something, mate. Thanks, brother. They animated all the chords, but they just didn't time anything up at all. It's still very nice. But...
А
Close.
от і мій улюблений
E.
для тебе.
Alright, cunt. We've got... Whoa, I got another mask I didn't even realize. Optician mask. Has way more physical protection than the other one. Are you crazy? Give me that shit. I don't need the tour anymore. I'll keep one little sawn off. Don't need my leather jacket anymore. I don't think, anyway. Does the sort of use it does use the same ammo as the cracker, doesn't it? I don't think I'm ever gonna use it. I don't think there's any reason to use it. I mean, maybe it can be upgraded differently, but they seem fairly common anyway. So. I found a second debut suit? When the fuck did I find a second debut suit? And a key. When the fuck did I get a key? I've been falling asleep the last fucking hour, and this is the first time I've opened my inventory in this game and not recognized half the shit in it. One of the game world developers even died in the war. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. Alright, well we got some cash now. Finally. Oh.
Для тебе найкращі ціни. Зоною клянуся.
Selling back all my own shit to me, right? What I really gotta be saving up for is upgrades to my gun. That said, a holographic sight for the cracker? Give me cracker?
Заглядай. Притримаю для тебе найкраще.
Ah, yes. The smell of proper devotion. Welcome
Rhodey!
back, old friend. We've missed you.
What's going on, you fucking legend? Not that you need pinpoint fucking accuracy with this thing, but it will be nice. Boom, boom, boom. It's pretty exciting for me. Still heavy, am I? How the fuck am I still heavy? You're right, I am. Alright. Okay. I don't really have a stash or anything, you know? I guess all this ammo is a lot heavier than it fucking looks. Or... waters? Quite lovely, but quite heavy at 3 kilos total? Or 3 kilos per, it must be total. Fucking beers. Fucking 17 fucking bottles of vodka. 1,000 bullets? Bruh, there'd be less than 500 bullets there, right? Less than 500. You're a tripper cunt. 500 bullets. 17 bottles of vodka. Looks like we're just going to be running heavy for a bit, right? Nice fucking sunset. Sunrise? Sunset. Shit! Can't lug around this much vodka. I have not found any kind of banking facility yet. Perhaps that's something we'll get to later. Drink it? I mean... I think I'm just resigned to the fact that I'll be running around encumbered for a while, you know? Fine. Alright. Let's save it here. This is a great spot. Six hours and 37 minutes, apparently. Doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right at all. Drink it all right before the sponsor spot. If I can just chuck all the vodka, I love it. Alright, I'm gonna move my camera down. Not standing for the next 2 hours. I was gonna switch over to the couch. shucking up on the telly, watching the couch, but I'm worried I might actually fall asleep if I get too comfortable. So we'll just sit on the chair. It should be fine, right? Not miss. Hurts my fucking shoulder every single time. Right, yeah, that's not too bad. Not great. Put the vinyl up so you can't see all that shit. I mean, you know, that's not terrible, is it? Eating should keep you awake. I think so. Yeah, I might go and might just put up the Be Right Back and go and make some cheese and bean jaffles. That's what I'm reckoning. Now that's an animated emote. What? Me fucking scratching me beard and turning left and right. Contemplating. Oh, adjusting the cam, right. Hear my wife getting up to. Alright. So, just let me check a couple things before we get into that. Oh, fuck yeah. That's the energy right now. Good morning! It's my son! I thought it was my wife, it's my son. Hello! How you going? Oh, how you doing? Come in. Hi. Oh. Oh. Good morning. I just finished gaming. Yeah, and now I have to do some work. I know, weird, right? Gotta do some weird work today. Gotta watch a stream about a new game. Right? Crazy. Good morning. How big is the map compared to Call of Pripyat? I don't know, never played it. It'd be weird at this point in the game too, to know how big the map is, I think. Remember this song? Boogie Nose? Funky shit, man. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my brief. Remember this song? Remember this song? Where's it from? See if you can remember. What? All good? Brucey's Dad. Brucey's on here. Yes, he is on here. Brucey is chilling in South Korea like a homeboy watching some excessive profanity, right? Oh, that one's got a booger. That one's got a... You got a lot of boogers in there today. Are you sure you're not too sick to go to school? If you die from sneezes, it's worth it. 8 years old last week, Teddy baby. 8 years old, this one. Oh, by the way, I got some bad news. I checked your 3D print. It failed. You know why? The filament at the back got tangled up like in a knot. But couldn't suck any more out. I don't know why. It might have got stuck on the blue tack a little bit and couldn't pull it through, but I can't see why that would get that caught. I know, we'll just have to be careful next time. Make sure it's wrapped properly, alright? Did your backpack still print?
Yeah. And guess what, Dad?
What?
I found the Goo Goo Gaga.
Oh, you found the red one?
Uh-huh.
Where was it?
Oh, it was next to the box.
Oh. Well, that means we can put the dummy on the stand, right?
Huh?
And you can put the backpack on. But you've got 3 half-finished octopuses. What are you going to do with them?
We're gonna count.
Count them as a fail. Put them in the poop bin. Maybe we can use their legs for something?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
What if we printed just the top part of the creeper head and then glued it on?
The alarm part. Like a sausage.
Like a sausage? True. Alright, I need to go and get some food. I got 15 minutes. I should change my title, huh? Or would you really like to print something that is available? I don't know. I don't know if you know what that means. I don't know what it means.
You're saying what would I really want to print?
Yeah. I don't know. The stuff you just printed? Would be my guess.
What are you playing?
Half of Exile to... What is this stream called? Official broadcast? Let me just double check. What am I playing? I just finished playing a game called Stalker, which is where you're like a guy in... Imagine a nuclear bomb blew up the whole world.
Uh-huh.
And you were running around, there's like zombies and mutants everywhere trying to kill you.
Uh-huh.
And you got to find guns and bullets and food and stuff like that. We just played it all night and I just finished. Now I am going to be watching a stream about a new game that isn't out yet called Path of Exile 2, which looks super cool. All right. Streaming new details about their upcoming game, Path of Exile 2. You'll be co-streaming the stream. Ready to go. Stream warm-ups are done. We did 10 hours of them. Kind of out here. Easy, good, beautiful, cool. There's nothing to it. Just watch it. Path of Exile 2. What would I call it? GGG reveal stream? Co-stream?
Yeah, I guess what I was
that?
doing.
What are you doing?
I was literally getting my book and reading it on Mom's chair in the office.
Really?
Uh-huh. In the blanket, right? Already for you.
That's pretty crazy. I should put ad in the title or sponsored in the title. I think that's done. And I'll just chuck it in here as well, just in case. Alright, dude. So 13 minutes, and we're going to watch some Path of Exile 2 stuff and hang out together. Should be cool. Groovy. Alright. I will be right back. Intuition. Yeah, I will be right back. And then we will vibe. Cheers, bro. Cheers, boys. I'll be right back. Only 6 minutes left. Whose chat is that on screen? That is, should say on the top of my title. Did I not change my title correctly? What did I put? Path of Exile GGG reveal co-stream. So using that information, Path of Exile GGG co-stream. What do you think, Shiggles? What stream do you think could be on the screen right now? I'll be back with some dinner in just a minute. I'll let you mull it over, see if you can figure it out. $100 on the line if you can get it. Just kidding, you don't get it at $100. If you get it, I don't kick you in the balls. That's what you get. You get not kicked in the balls. You kindly hide the channel chat. I mean, you know what? That's a great idea. Thank you. I thought for a second there might be a chance that looking at the chat would be useful and enjoyable for us on the stream, but yeah. That was the wrong call. My bad. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got stuff going on. We got a Path of Exile fucking stream to watch. Now, we just did a good 10 hours of streaming ourselves of the wonderful Stalker. And I'm going to eat a little bit of dinner here very quickly. So I'll be here in voice only for the next few minutes. And then once I finish stuffing my face, I will jump back on the camera as well. But let's enjoy the beginning of the stream together. I didn't actually see the point in me doing this kind of thing. You could just go and watch their stream, you know? But then I saw their chat. And I totally get now why people might want to watch this stream with a different chat experience. So hats off to whichever marketing department came up with the idea of getting other streamers to stream their stream. So that the people watching, the wonderful people watching, can have something other than that. Whatever that is. Do you think they're actually people? Do you think they're a human being on the planet Earth right now that just contribute to that? Or do you think it's just a massive network of New Zealand bots?
Just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world.
Oh, they're on time.
Ready your men, Captain.
Let's
We'll
go.
only get one chance.
What have we got?
And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
I haven't seen anything about Path of Exile 2, by the way. This is all new for me.
What do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Sullen!
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain?
Uh-oh.
It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, Rookie. Blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not. Run.
Captain! Captain!
Why are you here?
Brutal.
What is this? Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
You will?
What is this?
Get the body.
Oh.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Bloody pretty. Fuck yeah! Woo!
Hi,
Hey.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2.
Crushing it, bro.
Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
All right.
Existence is a thing of beauty.
Cinematic.
Precious.
Gameplay.
But impermanent.
They know their audience.
Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
Whoa.
Some have said my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Damn. Oh yeah, that's Path of Exile, all right.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must. Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable.
I'm
For
comfy,
20
mate.
years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading.
The
Under
concept
dark
art that
influence
as well,
of
right?
corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the
That's not me. I don't think.
Starry Desert.
Okay, good.
And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get
Why is it
new
lagging?
skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing.
Cute. Right. Give it a minute, it'll be fine. I like that they had that prepped though, that's great, right? Mm-hmm.
Is that the blade with the
Oh. Called a guillotine or guillotine. It's from France. You remember what were you watching? With the guillotine. Oh, what's his name? The little kid and the dog. His dad's a dog. Peabody? What's it called? Mr. Peabody? Remember when they go back in time and they go to France? And she says, let them eat cake. That's from those days. Dayong, my love. If I ever require any suggestions from you on what I want to do with my stream, I shall let you know. And then promptly jump off a bridge.
Why do we jump off a bridge?
I wouldn't want to live anymore if I needed his bloody advice on how to run my show. Our show? Oh, is it already our show, is it? Oh. Okay, you put a lot of work into it, have you?
Sir, just what are we facing here?
See? You gotta keep these boys in line.
Precious.
Firm hand.
Power and tends to harness.
Okay, we're skipping back up to
There
where
are
we were.
21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham, traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class.
Ooh, which class are we going to pick?
Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum.
Oh yeah, Monk,
like
love
all
it.
classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front.
Alright, I muted myself, I'm a dickhead.
Totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's
there's a lot of
put other
action
skills
game
into.
mechanics.
I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we want to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while
Ocarina
moving.
of Timey.
Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat.
That's cool, elemental
shit. And freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants.
Right, so far I'm playing Archer.
And all the mobility and combo tools the Ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen.
No.
To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
We'll pop down here for a bit.
Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage.
Nice, blow the ice up. That's
If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies.
Oh, Necromancer?
Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell.
Is this the Sorceress class? I missed
For
that.
the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions.
Or Witch.
These minions
Witch?
will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have
What?
to worry about resummoning them all the time.
It was the witch.
Was it the Witch?
Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak. Useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies.
No, it's live at the moment.
But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work?
Nice.
Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the end game, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar.
It's rad too.
The elemental
I really like
skills
the
are everything you
animations
might
when
expect
you're casting
and more.
spells and stuff.
Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea.
Especially
Each
the
spell is
dodges
unique
and
has
the-
many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it.
Right, so
If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this.
Thank you.
The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it
Jin
with
and
Firestorm.
Firestorm, they're very cool. Off you go.
As you ignite
Let's go.
enemies,
Come
a
on.
counter will
Close
go
the door
up
behind
in the
you.
top left corner.
See you soon.
When it's full, a
Bye.
firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited.
See you soon, dude.
There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage, or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class
Monk looks
combos
sick
are
too, to be
practically
honest.
unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of
Really
things
fluid.
you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
Okay.
Path of Exile 2 has
Early
a system
access
of
December
support gems that
6th,
can
yep.
be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character.
Nice.
If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill.
Nice.
Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment.
Get the
Note that you can only
multi-shot
have one of each support
gem
gem
and
on your
put it onto
character,
anything
so
and
you'll
it
want to think
comes
carefully
multi.
about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
Oh, fuck
There
yeah.
are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple.
About 50 hours,
Each level
Christo?
you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different
Over a couple
location, but they
playthroughs?
all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many
I'm
wrong
more of a
choices
one
here.
and done with
Almost all the starting
ARPGs.
nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using.
Notable.
For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
Fuck yeah.
This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely.
Sick.
Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield 2-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them.
Right.
You can use a 2-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Nice.
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
A chaos
if you want to
degen
stick
build,
with just
eh?
one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too.
Map looks
On the
good.
map, you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character
Animations
boosts,
look great,
and others
yeah.
have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades.
So then
There's one in each
pathing
act.
through
Now,
the
we haven't
game
even talked about the most important
get
element of character
certain
progression,
permanent
items.
upgrades.
That's why we're all here, right?
in a
Items
certain
Path of
order
Exile
could be a
can
thing.
broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique.
Thinking hardcore runs and stuff.
One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items
Yeah,
that
it's a couple
add mods
weeks away,
are much
Yama.
more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other
Early
vendors
access is
offer a
paid
gamble.
and then it's free to play
Pay a
after.
flat
Is that
amount
the,
of
is
gold
that the
and you'll get a
vibe?
random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't: uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character.
Unique.
Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
Fuck yeah.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around.
Nice.
We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze.
Oh!
Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was.
That's
Or
cute.
with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again.
I feel like some of this was in there first.
On the Warrior,
Path
you
of
can choose
Exile?
between the Warbringer or the Titan.
Ooh.
The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With
No
Jade
time shit?
Heritage,
I must be
you can
thinking of something
encase your
else.
body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks.
Ooh.
Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out.
Ignore the cooldowns
Titan
of your
class
war
is
cries.
all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit.
No.
With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running
With exploding
Assault allows her to
corpses that
move
turn
much
into
more quickly
poison?
while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit.
No.
With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the
Oh, yeah, I
flame
see.
builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage.
You actually have
Using
lava
Bringer
instead of
Flame,
mana.
You'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up.
What a vibe.
While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well.
Blood
Once you've got a
Mage, you
significant
say?
amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I Am the Blizzard or I Am the
Maybe
Thunder
Broly.
to specialize in cold or
Maybe
lightning.
Blood Mage.
And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
I assume the
Some
classes are
monks choose to
gender
reach
locked?
into the darkness instead.
It seems to be,
The
right?
Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness,
Oh.
a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses.
30%?
And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character.
What a cool concept,
those
like
are the Ascendancy
gem
classes for
flash
the start of
crafting
early
is so good.
access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place.
Straight in the veins, mate.
Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign.
I don't know which
is
one I want to do
associated
now.
with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
Sacrifice the soul of a djinn.
In the Trial of the Sekimas, each
coin.
room has its own challenges to overcome. In
Right.
this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed.
I see Nagas, Naga.
While
I see
fighting
Nagas.
monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The
It looks
monsters
so
are well
good.
telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again.
Okay.
It is a good
Brutal.
idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas.
So you want to ascend, you got to be prepped
After
for
each
it.
room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed.
Nice, cool.
Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
I think we might be getting a Celine von Kunstein Path of Exile 2 playthrough very soon.
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas. We'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend.
Oh.
If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you.
No Druid.
For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release.
In early access, Mon.
While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos.
With 6 more coming.
Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes.
A different kind of set of challenges.
Turrets.
With the same goal.
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment.
Oh.
In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
I get it, I get it. Yeah, that's cute, Quill. Bringing them back. You liking the monk dice? Yeah. Which ascension? Not to mention there's a 3rd ascension coming for each of them as well, right?
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk.
Sounds good, right, Greg? I like that too.
Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimas, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take.
I think Witch Hunter might be my second favorite so far.
So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins.
Oh.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having Acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
Fair enough.
But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Alright.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content.
We're
going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard
Inferno, which is pretty good.
but
Yeah,
are always a trap.
loving that too.
Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Okay.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety
Atlas
of factors you have to
endgame
consider when crafting
is
your
its own
waystones.
massive progression.
Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
Is this Hand Wing Man? I think this is Hand Wing. Yep. Fucking his shield up. There we go. That shield regenerates.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself.
Good.
Rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the Breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the Breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual.
Blood for the blood
monsters
god.
You just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now, don't
pruning your
forget
gear. That
Ritual
seems
will
very Path
also
of
drop
Exile 1.
tablets, which can be used to specialize
Yeah, I've
into
got
getting
it's all,
more
it's all up here,
rituals.
Quill.
If you want to get
It's
to
all
the
up here,
pinnacle
mate.
boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and
Cool.
you will gain points in the Ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay
Nice.
within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to
Off-class
instill your
bonuses?
in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your in-game maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition.
Okay.
Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will
Rituals,
encounter
Delirium.
these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can.
Thanks, Bloop.
There are
Hang on,
all
mate.
sorts of interesting things buried under the
Happy
ground in
anniversary.
logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms
December 6th,
and a floor
Havoc.
boss that you will
And
need
congratulations. I've been there.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sekimers is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it.
Cool.
There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the
I love all
trial
the unique
and
stuff.
uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket.
Well, it's
allowing you to
PoE 2,
bypass
not
the
PoE
normal
1.
restriction of how many sockets an
So you
item
got
can
blocks,
have. A body
like
armor
shields
can
and
get up to 3
dodge.
sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
Fundamentally a
Vaal Orbs can
different
even modify
kind
units.
of game.
Adding enchantments or
It
sockets
uses
to
a lot of
units
the
can make
same
them incredibly
systems.
powerful, but there is a good chance that you
A lot
will
of
break
new
them
ones.
as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate
Music
soul
sounds good
cores
too,
through
right?
human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization.
Love
Soul
them.
cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting this city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time.
Yeah.
Is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge, way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480 US, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store.
Fair enough.
If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-hander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack.
Thank you, Miranda.
Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with two powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1.
Those floating things actually provide those benefits. They're not just aesthetic.
Then you definitely need your trusty moving entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power, enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of Exile's past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters
Free when it
also get a
launches,
set of
$30
varied
to
weapon
get in
skins.
now.
The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history, the battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access.
See you Sunday.
We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around,
Ziggy D!
because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
One of my oldest friends on Twitch, old Ziggy D. We've been doing this for about the same amount of time. One of the earliest, back when there were very few streamers, there were even fewer Aussie streamers. And even fewer Kiwi streamers.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure. We've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access, that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of, different endgame things
They
you
didn't
need to be
mention
able to
that,
have
Zero.
in order to be able to actually have a viable
Or they
endgame
haven't
that you
yet.
feel like you get different choices.
But there's a Q&A on the channel right now.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaigns and
But
tech are real good. You get to the end.
There's
game and it just falls real
160,000
flat.
people asking questions,
And
so
it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like,
Good luck.
"Hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot." And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because it's like we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten, all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on. That we it's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's like, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years?
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's like just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, so some of us are like, we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. We talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely.
Oh, when did my camera die?
So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just
Bloody
info
thing.
dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile set the bar. The original game
10 minutes
set the bar
ago?
for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it
Camera's
makes,
given up
it's
by
not
camera,
acceptable,
I
really,
see.
to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So
I just didn't notice. Sorry.
But cracking that out for beta even.
Yep, absolutely.
So
I just
8:30
think it
a.m.
would not have landed nearly as well without that.
A
And I
little
think,
bit tired.
It's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, we have to make sure that they also feel like, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having two, right? You
12-hour shift at the end of a day.
Immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, 40 axes, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. Yeah. It's like we have we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you never know. Maybe end of day one, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. Could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay.
I won't be back till Sunday.
So, but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
Sure.
A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, we just took this area and modified it slightly. Each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about that like, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there.
Hell
like
yeah, now. Easy
huge,
day,
right?
mate.
Like, honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game. And anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing.
I'm going to be there for the boss fight.
Obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all
Can't
that.
disagree.
That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like there were times way back in the original Office. There was all this like. Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, yeah, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah, they're definitely real developers, right, Shuki?
Journey in many ways.
Yep.
And guys like Ziggy
on
been
that note,
playing Path of Exile for over a
how do you guys
decade,
feel
right? Like
having now kind of, for the first time, I feel
their
really
life.
laid bare, kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE2 team who have, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that,
yeah, fuck yeah, don't
yeah,
it?
like it's tough, and honestly, I think that
I'm pumped for it now too. The amount of shit that I've seen today.
Actually, about the fact because we release content for PoE1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out, right? Like it's just way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like there's even things like the passive tree where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day, but I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and like it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing in
Well, I
2
heard
weeks,
you
so.
still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the end game focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta, and it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. It should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in standard. So that's. No doubt.
Fuck yeah, dude!
Nice
Thank you.
Not going to be affecting.
Enjoy Logic. Very nice of you, mate. 99 months.
Get invested in their characters.
Cheers, brother.
Absolutely.
There's even
See you
something
soon for a
kind of
hundo,
cool
eh?
idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So I guess we'll have to see what comes with unique balance.
You talked about like the playing for a week or how long are we expecting?
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with like fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is like honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But
you do because you're cool.
There's a lot of games
Most
to play
people
here
playing
to
it
discover,
don't.
to learn
They just
about
want to
the
copy
world,
shit
the
off
new
some
narratives,
YouTuber.
the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy
It
classes.
will be
the
nice that this is
massive
new and there's
peasantry, which is
no
bigger than
builds yet.
PoE1s. The end game systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period.
I'll be playing
this for
too,
while
Logic.
still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Pop in for a
now,
chat.
Obviously, that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. Maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that. That new discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. So
coming up with our player profiles and Timmy spikes and things like that for both of Exile characters.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat.
A lot better than it was.
It's just so we're going to get a massive dose of that, and it is like
at the start,
genuinely exciting to just see how people are going to think. What's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because 1 exalt, given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos. Ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1.
I'm fabulous.
In PoE 2. We actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle,
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of chaos.
Yeah, I think actually that
chaos
will
being
be
the new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Who even knows?
Yeah.
The market will have to...
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun.
I think the desync's been fixed, Naga.
So
it was bad before, but
beta
I think it's good now.
For updates and things like that for people to look forward to.
We certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, we have to look at it. So look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. Look, 2025, I think really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of the things like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are going to just be scramble of like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing and like,
yeah, Thero, no worries, mate. My pleasure.
It's just when we add content to PoE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gyms work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. With hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking.
Agreed.
Like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies? Like, actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do with
it's
all
a bit
that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean,
12 classes,
a studio that produces
3
a passive skill tree
ascendancies
like
each.
we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got a lot of the way through. So there's stuff that's coming. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like I really want to get the Druid out. Like we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where there maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer.
Right,
where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want. And what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also key to shaping the game in the future. Like the actual beta, it's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like get back into this. People are seeing. Like actually getting back into that and being able to sort of see directly like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like and that really like that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than 3 months away. is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
perspective,
And you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
Yeah. I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yeah.
Plus, we have other systems in there, like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future.
Might be too hard, might be
adjusting the
impossible,
difficulty and
might be
stuff like
too
that.
easy.
Especially as you get towards this point of...
That's good early access stuff, though, right?
The end
like
game,
that, you doing early access
Act 1 has
properly
been
is
tested like crazy.
There's so much
Right?
possibility.
And you get less and
We
less
can't
testing as
test it
goes
alone.
on because you
We
get
need people
less,
to.
people, they've just been around for less time. And so, it's going
It's
to be
great.
a huge amount of iteration and feedback
Not-
from the players and us just...
We haven't had enough time to make
reevaluating
the
all this
game.
Stuff. And the thing is, we're
We need
always
more
dynamic
money
about
to
that
keep
stuff. Like,
on
we'll just change things if
development.
it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way.
I like it.
Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So
Agreed,
it's going to
Kennedy.
be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because like the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of like, if things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've seen that a lot where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing.
Hey, Deathman's,
like, the
how are
most
you, man?
recent change to that was like ultra recent.
Yeah.
Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was that no?
No.
I think we haven't. Yeah.
think
But I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then even at end game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at end game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that
Nice of you, Heavy Metal.
that
Thank
you're still
you.
more powerful
Cheers, mate.
if you don't automate. So therefore, it's like there's
I
that
bet,
trade-off
Naga.
there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
Sure,
is what
I
it
guess,
is.
sure.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very
Yeah,
powerful.
sure, all right. But so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the
Cruel
crafting,
difficulty is just
more
temporary.
meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like
To let you
5
level
slots,
up
then,
to get to
like,
end
the
game.
individual mods and the individual stuff. Like,
I'll
seems to
replace
tend
it
to
with Acts 4,
not
5, and
matter as
6
much. I mean,
after.
obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but
it makes
like
sense.
now
It's just a
the
bridge to get the
it's
levels.
much more meaningful, like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic.
Me too,
You have,
Deathmin.
Locked in effectively.
Me too,
there's
mate.
a mana floss.
I didn't think I was gonna, and then I did.
There's always going to be a mana floss slot. And how does
Fuck
that
it.
how does
Life's
that tie
short.
into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
I didn't get a white one either.
And then
They sold out in 3 minutes, apparently.
For sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we.
I did like the look of it,
Really
though.
don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around. I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like, you know, the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, you know, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 life flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now, just it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things, then that there are going to be multiple.
What vinyl are you talking about?
Of course. So we've got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. You know, I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think. I was going to say, Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst
have a go on, mate.
Is what stats should Dex give you? I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about giving accuracy. But no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat I bet they'll be like saying, oh, you know, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's like seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's outrageous.
You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. Mm-hmm. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to, but as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February league, and we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project, is that. You've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because,
funnily enough,
it's just like all that stuff is then is like coming up soon. So, but we'll see how it goes. But we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, I just want to always make it clear that, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to in-game, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds how many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is that there's always problems. And
hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and we don't
have to see all the fires.
Yeah. Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept. But it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
Yeah, I am liking my
I was thinking the same, Zach. Compared to the usual guy walks out on the stage and delivers some weird fucking awkward speech.
Stay away from my
fires
grenade.
already.
Or the devs are sort of showing their game off up on a screen
Stuff can be very fun
and then
for the players.
adding
It's just internally,
commentary
it's
to
like,
it.
What are we doing? It can get a little bit
Much
panicky
more
after release,
relaxed
you know,
and organic and real.
You know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh, geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play
Don't
with
make
them
me
both.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was pretty,
Huge
that was
foreign.
quite
Hang
epic,
on, mate.
And, I
See
know
you,
it's been
dude. Cheers.
for quite some
Thank you.
time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. There's a lot more kind of, that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that I think a lot of people who got through the PoE 1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. Effectively, we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But one thing I will say, though, is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that, like, when you're playing a second time, that it feels like we don't want to.
There's a lot of Stalker, dude.
Yeah, we were talking about this morning. About
yeah.
You don't take the
hey, Eric, how you doing, man? Yeah.
So yeah, I'm personally a
Sponsored gig.
believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene. Immediately it feels way more annoying, like, because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, like that can be cool, but then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still,
thanks, mate.
that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game
Welcome,
we
Walrus.
expect people to play through many times.
Welcome back,
so ideally,
Walrus,
we
I
can
should
kind of
say.
deliver both the situation where the first time you
66
play through
months.
it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things
That feels like a name
pull
change.
through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. That kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat the quests.
Effectively,
because you know what to do.
there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah. So you
Interesting
explained to me the other
concept.
day the
Players' meta
kind of
knowledge.
the context for the beast and
Yes.
how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So
here more.
effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing now. In PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
But I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
I want to open it. What's inside?
Exactly.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so he went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room and I was like, "We need to rename that notable. He's Karui." And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name
he
is
looked
good.
so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, and I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's like, And so there's interesting things like that. And it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Reverse mid-fight,
different classes like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. and the ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you know, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, you know, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives, again, a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want, like, the things happening around me that, like, build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching the trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like. You know, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the, there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like, you know, it's believable as opposed to, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and, you know.
It makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes in you.
Absolutely. We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like, you know, play the Blood Mage, and now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost blood bending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but you know, by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively in the full game there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access there's 2, and effectively you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels.
I think
and get
so
more
too.
points as you go through.
A lot of
if
it
you want
is.
to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like,
Sure, Icarus,
I know
yeah.
there's always contention around traps, but because in the trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet
Don't go
rooms.
to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do
and
the combat
like,
ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like, it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So you know, we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're
just a
clearly
win.
leaning into that now. You have, well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trials, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the Radius jewels, you do. Well, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, and like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So yeah, a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Yeah, effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. But anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well. And if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
And that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
absolutely,
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively,
So. How on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. Did the trial.
Apparently they weren't very strict with the 2-hour time limit.
Is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because that was something that I didn't
Which is
actually
cool.
realize you'd changed.
I've only been live for 12 hours.
Required to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
I've only been awake for 20.
But, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry.
I'll be back on Sunday.
But the first ones are
So 2
repeatable.
days.
You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah. So
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt. But
I did. Not to brag. Not to brag. I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came by right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
It's Friday and Saturday, so Xander will be up all night with me.
I was watching you from. How is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sekima. But knowing that there's other choices, like
QA isn't part of it. Well, then it would have been 1 hour.
So you got these like two
Right.
roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launched.
They
but they're
told me
done
it'll be
very
2
differently.
hours.
One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I.
Well, that doesn't add up at all,
And your
Caleb.
defenses
Interesting.
now, it can be
And your
fully
defenses-
mitigated and
yeah,
everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then
Yeah,
with
why
Ultimatum-
not?
And just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
yes,
So that's the
no
thing
traps
that-
in Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah, yeah,
combat
yeah, correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum.
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for
Yeah.
now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in,
I don't know what that
then
means.
then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the crew are in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the crew ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend and Ultimatum, we want the Trial Master to say different
Oh,
lines
yeah,
to you
really?
because you're like choosing the way of the Val. You can't.
Well,
I
they
can't
said
stop
2
thinking about
hours.
all this
He's,
stuff,
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So yeah.
Well, now, here's an old one. Almost as old as me.
R4 dots. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'll be sponsored for 4 hours on the 6th, I think it'll be. And then, well, 4 hours is certainly not going to be enough to... I mean, I always make it through the story, so I imagine I'll do the Act 1, 2, and 3 for the early access. And, like, if I'm fucking gagging, I'll play through the cruel difficulty so that I can see what the Atlas is like, because that looks fucking awesome. But I usually kind of get over the grind. That said, Path of Exile 2 specifically has a lot more action-y vibes about it, which reminds me a lot of another game that is somewhat similar in early access called, I want to say, Those Who Are About to Die. No? We Who Are About to Die? I don't know what I'm talking about. I streamed it fairly recently. Fuck, I can't remember what it was called. It's an action RPG with a lot more Souls-like combat, I guess you would call it. Hey, Squirt, how you going? I'm just wrapping up now. No rest for the wicked. That's it. No rest for the wicked. Yeah, so...
What is that? Thomas
was alone? Yeah, it's just a game.
What is it? What's it about?
It's about a kid named Thomas who was alone.
It was no pair. Right there.
Oh. What's that? What's it? You know it, don't you? Yeah. You're a terrible person, you know it?
I got the game.
Of course you got it. Look at this face. What's this?
Go to bed, you mad lad. Yeah, that's right. Go to bed, mad lad.
I am going to bed.
Right now, you're going to bed.
combat in PoE 2 reminds me more of Hades or Curse of the Dead Gods than PoE 1. Absolutely, yeah. It's the next evolution for that genre in a very interesting
sick,
way.
So I got to stay home.
Are you not going to school today? Slacker!
I am not going to
Slacker! Did you trick your mum? Yeah, tricky. So what, you get your Monday off, so you get a 4-day weekend now? You're so lucky. You're so lucky.
I'm not lucky because I got a stomachache yesterday.
Oh, you got a stomachache yesterday, so you don't know school for today?
That's a nugget.
You're a nugget.
We've come from Conacho. The guy that keeps got go. I'm made land of go. We've go for Conacho. Yeah!
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I am out of here. Thanks for a 12-hour banger of a stream. I'll see you guys on Sunday for more Stalker. Have a great weekend.
Wait a minute, you were streaming for 12 hours?
Yeah, man. I started at 9 when you went to bed. Yeah, no kidding. And now it's 9 o'clock in the morning. And I am much too old for that kind of shit. But if I wake up early enough this evening, I might go and buy myself a 77-inch OLED TV as my reward. If it's still there as a display model on a really good price, I might go and get it. We'll see. I'll sleep on it. Thanks for hanging, dudes. Have a great weekend. There's always a small chance I'll be around tomorrow or the day after, depending on if Xander goes to sleep early or something, but this doesn't usually happen anymore. By the time he passes out, it's 2 o'clock, and so, wow. We're going to go live for 2 hours, what's the point? So I might be over at Ponce's channel playing video games or Jamalki's or something, but yeah, if I don't see you, I'll see you on Sunday. Stalker's wicked, I can't wait to play more of it. Thanks for everything. You're awesome. Thanks GGG for sponsoring a little segment today. I can't wait to play Path of Exile 2 on December 6th. That's going to be fucking rad. That's actually the day that Xander's got to play guitar on stage and dance at the theater. Two different things. That's going to be a big day. Anyway, that's for next week or the week after. I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for watching.